I slipped on the ice, the freezing rain. Yeah. Well, I don't remember exactly whether it was on my property, on the city property. It's a little vague. Yeah, yeah.
Hi, Michael. Yeah, yeah, they can. That's
Landed on it. One,
so. Est-ce que Christiane s'en vient? OK. Et on doit commencer. Alors, s'il vous plaît. Alors, bonsoir tout le monde. Je suis Sue Montgomery, je suis la mairesse de CDNNDG et bienvenue à notre conseil, votre conseil. Et je suis contente de vous voir en grand nombre. C'est un signe que la démocratie est en santé chez nous. J'aimerais d'abord reconnaître que nous sommes en territoire autochtone, lequel n'a jamais été cédé. Je reconnais la nation Kanagahaga comme gardienne des terres et les eaux des eaux sur laquelle nous sommes aujourd'hui. We respect the continued connections with the past, present, and future in our ongoing relationships with Indigenous and other peoples within the Montreal community. I encourage all of us to support and join our Indigenous brothers and sisters in the struggle to protect our lands and water. I would like to thank everyone here tonight. It's a sign, of course, that democracy is thriving in our community, but I would like to remind everyone to be respectful, polite, and constructive. And just to start, I'd like us all to take a deep breath, sort of let the day slip away and get into the mindset of our meeting, and to realize that we're all here for the same thing, to improve our wonderful community of CDNNDG. So we'll just take a moment and reflect on how fortunate we are. Merci. Alors, j'aimerais vous présenter mes collègues. À ma droite, Monsieur Lionel Perez, conseiller de Darlington.
Bonsoir tout le monde. Good evening, everybody.
À ma gauche, Madame Magda Popiano de Côte-des-Neiges.
Bonsoir. Good evening, everybody.
Peter McQueen d'NDG.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for coming.
Et Christian Arsenault de Loyola.
Bonsoir. Good evening, everyone.
Et j'aimerais vous présenter Guylaine Gaudreau, directrice par intérim d'arrondissement. Et je vous prie de présenter vos collègues, s'il vous plaît.
Bonsoir tout le monde. À ma droite, Madame Geneviève Reeves, secrétaire d'arrondissement. Bonjour. Madame Julie Faraldo-Boulet, secrétaire recherchiste. Monsieur Pierre Boutin, directeur des travaux publics. Madame Sonia Gaudreau, directrice culture, sport, loisirs et développement social. Bonsoir. Madame Lucie Bédard, directrice de l'aménagement urbain et du service aux entreprises, ainsi que l'inspecteur No du poste de quartier 26.
Merci beaucoup. Alors, 10.02, Madame Reeves, adoption de l'ordre du jour.
De la séance, oui. Est-ce que vous avez des ajouts à faire?
You're proposing it, and
Oui, excuse-moi, on va, j'aimerais,
yeah. First you're going to propose,
OK.
and I will second.
Oui, je propose la motion demandant une consultation publique sur le maintien.
That's already inside.
OK.
Just the du jour.
OK, je propose adoption de l'ordre du jour. Merci.
Et
D'accord.
je l'appuie. Et je pense qu'il y a des ajouts, Madame la mairesse. Il y a un rapport qu'il faut déposer.
Oui, j'ai un rapport à ajouter sur l'heure de suspension de M. Plante.
Et où est-ce que vous voulez qu'il soit situé à l'ordre du jour?
À la fin, dans les
À la fin
soixantaines.
des 60?
Madame la mairesse, je propose un amendement à l'ajout afin de mettre le dépôt des rapports au 10.06, étant donné la grande importance de cette question pour la gestion de l'arrondissement.
Je peux proposer, parce que le 10.06, c'est la motion pour le poste de quartier.
Et ça déplacerait la motion au 10.07 pour qu'on le traite en premier, suivant la période des questions du public.
D'accord. Est-ce qu'il y a quelqu'un qui appuie?
Moi, j'aurais un commentaire, Madame la mairesse.
Oui.
Évidemment, il est libre à tout conseiller de proposer l'endroit. On l'a déjà fait à plusieurs reprises dans différents contextes. Je ne vais pas m'opposer, mais je pense que c'est un peu déplacé de le mettre au 10.06. Habituellement, lorsque on fait des rajouts dans des sections autres, on va aller habituellement le faire à la fin de cette même section. Donc, on aurait pu le faire au 10.8, je pense, au 10.9, ça aurait été dans l'ordre normal des choses. Le fait que vous voulez le mettre justement à la place d'une motion qui parle d'un enjeu où il y a beaucoup de préoccupations, ça démontre le fait que pour vous, vous voulez retarder cet enjeu-là. Je parle bien de la motion sur le PDQ 11 et je trouve ça dommage d'un point de vue pour la population. Ça envoie un mauvais signal à leur égard.
D'autres commentaires?
Oui, vous m'avez mal compris, chers collègues. Je me suis dit qu'étant donné qu'on vit des problèmes de gestion et de gouvernance à l'arrondissement depuis plusieurs semaines maintenant, que ça valait la peine de le traiter l'aussitôt que possible, après la période des questions du public. Alors, je retiens votre suggestion pour la prochaine fois, mais pour cette fois-ci, je maintiens l'importance de le traiter comme point 10.06 et ensuite de discuter de la motion immédiatement après. Appuyé par ma collègue Magda Popeanu.
OK. On va voter. Qui est pour?
Pour l'ajout
oui,
amendé.
l'amendement.
Ouais.
Contre?
Moi, je suis pour l'ajout. On parle de l'endroit. Moi, je suis contre.
Moi aussi. Alors, c'est adapté. Alors, on ajoute le rapport à 10.06. Et est-ce que ça veut dire qu'on...
Est-ce qu'on pourrait l'appeler 10.05B pour faciliter, pour ne pas changer l'ordre des...
Ça va?
Certainement.
OK.
OK. Alors, 10.03.
Approbation du procès verbal de la séance ordinaire du Conseil tenue le 3 février dernier.
Je propose. Peter?
Jeffrey?
Adopté. 10.04.
Période de commentaires du maire et des conseillers.
So, I want to thank everyone again for coming this evening. It's wonderful to see so many engaged citizens in here, and I apologize for the temperature of the room. We're still working out some kinks here, so bear with us. So we had good news this week. As many of you know, we announced a revitalization, finally, after years of foot dragging of past administrations, on the Empress. And tonight we'll be giving a mandate to the SHDM, the Société d'Habitation Développement de Montréal, to look at the feasibility of building affordable housing on top of the building, up to 50 units. The middle, we're hoping to have community space, and the ground floor, some kind of commercial space, be it a market, a wine bar, a restaurant, a microbrewery. But all of that is going to be up to the residents because we'll be having public consultations April 28th and 29th at 7 p.m., I believe, in the chalet of NDG Park. So I invite everybody to come to those. More information will be coming out about that. So we want to hear from you. Et j'aimerais remercier aussi. Thank you. Yeah, I'm very excited about this. J'aimerais remercier aussi ma collègue Magda Popeanu, conseillère pour Côte-des-Neiges. Elle a travaillé très, très fort parce que, comme vous savez, elle est sur le comité exécutif au centre-ville et elle a réussi de galvaniser tous les acteurs dans ce projet merveilleux. Alors, merci Magda. C'est pas facile d'organiser tout le monde, mais elle l'a fait. Alors, et ce soir, je propose une motion pour exiger un moratoire sur la fermeture de poste de quartier 11 à Notre-Dame-de-Grâce. Je demande aussi la tenue d'une consultation publique dans les plus brefs délais à NDG. Rosani Filato, le responsable pour la sécurité publique au comité exécutif, a même qualifié la perte de notre poste de police locale comme étant une bonne nouvelle. comment est-ce que perdre des services à NDG est une bonne nouvelle? Je ne suis pas d'accord. Le conseil municipal a la responsabilité de surveiller la police. La police est redevable au conseil municipal et nous sommes redevables aux citoyennes. J'espère que Projet Montréal écoutera les résidents d'NDG qui veulent garder leur poste de quartier dans leur quartier. Le poste de quartier 11 travaille à briser les barrières et à bâtir la confiance. The SPVM says it will hold an information night March 16th at 7 p.m. at 6400 Monkland Avenue, or the NDG Cultural Center. But that's not enough for me. That is not consultation. That is not hearing the residents. Nous avons besoin de consultation, non seulement une séance d'information. We have 2,500 signatures or more on a petition now. I think the people have spoken, and I think the police need to listen. We have representatives from MTL here tonight. Is there someone in the room from MTL? Oh, way at the back. This is an organization to whom I gave a mandate last year to advise me on how these meetings could be made more inclusive, how we could encourage groups that are underrepresented to feel comfortable to come out and have their voices heard, such as women, youth, and other residents that make up the beautiful rainbow that is CDNNDG. So tonight they will be handing out surveys for residents to fill out and place in the box. I think there's a box, right, at the back of the room. And this work is funded by the Status of Women Canada, not the borough. So I'm very excited about this, to get your feedback, your suggestions, because for decades, council has been run the same way all the time, and I'm trying to figure out how we can change that. I've started alternating women and men asking questions, but maybe there's more things that we can do. Et ce soir, nous confirmons l'adhésion de l'arrondissement de CDNNDG aux objectifs et modalités au programme des installations sportives extérieures. Alors, nous recevons du financement pour 2 beaux projets à mise à niveau d'équipements sportifs au parc Martin Luther King et la construction de nouveaux terrains de basketball éclairés pour la pratique libre au parc Coffee. Et ce soir, nous approuvons beaucoup des investissements dans nos routes. Nous poursuivons le remplacement des entrées de services d'eau en plomb. Nous plantons de nouveaux arbres et nous ajoutons des mesures d'apaisement de circulation. Alors, on a beaucoup des belles annonces ce soir. Et lastly, I would like to wish all our Persian residents happy Nowruz, which marks the beginning of spring. Doesn't feel like it, but it's coming. And I also would like to wish NDG resident Ruth Block a happy birthday. She is 102 today. She's out partying, I think. She has better things to do on her birthday than to come to council, but she was one of the lucky ones to leave Poland in 1938, while most of her family perished in the Holocaust. So I know this woman, she's amazing, and 102. That's quite the accomplishment. So. OK, maintenant, je passe la parole à... Qui est la prochaine? Excuse-moi. Magda.
Merci. Merci beaucoup. Donc, nous sommes une administration très motivée à incarner le nouvel modèle de ville. Donc, une ville qui est verte, responsable, accueillante.
Excuse-moi. Est-ce que tout le monde... OK, excusez-moi.
Oui, c'est bon. C'est bon.
Excusez-moi.
Vous m'entendez? Bon, ben,
Oui,
je vais essayer de
OK,
parler un peu
mieux.
plus proche. Donc, verte, comme je vous disais, accueillante. Donc, c'est pour cette raison que depuis le dernier conseil d'arrondissement, nous avons annoncé de très, très bonnes nouvelles en matière de se loger de manière décente à Montréal. Et ça, bien sûr, ça nous touche beaucoup à notre arrondissement où les besoins de logement décent et abordable est extrêmement important. Vous savez que c'est un sujet qui me tient beaucoup à cœur. Donc, la première bonne nouvelle, donc nous avons nous avons appliqué en réalité l'outil qui favorise le développement du logement social, le droit de préemption. C'est un droit qu'on va appliquer largement dans le triangle, dans le secteur du triangle, ce qui va nous permettre d'acquérir des terrains qui vont servir à la construction du logement social. En même temps, 3 nouveaux programmes de rénovation, parce que se loger de manière décente à Côte-des-Neiges surtout, ce n'est pas toujours évident. Il y a le programme de rénovation à la carte, ça s'adresse plutôt au grand public, mais ce qui est extrêmement intéressant, nous subventionnons les rénovations résidentielles majeures, donc un programme municipal pour rénover toutes les composantes d'un bâtiment et même de le démolir et de le reconstruire. On espère ainsi se débarrasser des logements insalubres et des bâtiments insalubres. Une autre bonne nouvelle, ça nous tient beaucoup à cœur, le développement économique de l'arrondissement. Donc, vous savez que sur Côte-des-Neiges, il y a déjà une SDC. On a de très, très grandes chances. On travaille très fort pour créer des SDC sur les autres artères commerciales. Donc, notre administration, dans le cadre d'Expo Entrepreneurs, a bonifié le programme des SDC. Donc, la subvention de la ville va passer cette année de 70 000 $ à 100 000 $. C'est un bon coup de pouce pour une SDC, surtout quand elles sont au début. Donc, je tiens à rappeler que la Ville de Montréal joue un rôle croissant en matière d'intégration des personnes immigrantes. Vous savez que 70% des nouveaux arrivants s'installent à Montréal. Et notre arrondissement a aussi une particularité parce que plus de 2/3 de nos résidents sont nés à l'extérieur du Canada, ce qui fait que c'est une population immigrante importante. Mais de l'autre côté, le taux de chômage des personnes immigrantes dans l'arrondissement est de 10,6%, comparé à 9,3% pour le reste de la ville de Montréal. Donc, une grande préoccupation pour l'intégration en emploi des immigrants. C'est pour cette raison que CDNNDG, c'est un territoire d'inclusion prioritaire de point de vue du Bureau des nouveaux immigrants. Il y en a des super beaux projets qui ont reçu, je vois Mme Ala hocher la tête, oui, des très, très beaux projets qui ont reçu des montants essentiels afin de favoriser l'intégration des migrants. Je veux seulement vous citer quelques-uns très brièvement. La Corporation de développement communautaire de Côte-des-Neiges, un vivre ensemble et briser l'isolement. Le Centre de recherche d'emploi de Côte-des-Neiges qui s'appelle ici Côte-des-Neiges, un projet qui désire à sensibiliser les entreprises locales aux préjugés inconscients des employeurs. Bienvenue à Notre-Dame de Grâce. C'est un projet qui vise à favoriser l'intégration et la participation des familles immigrantes. Et bien sûr, Madame la mairesse et moi-même, on a même participé au lancement du programme L'accueil et l'intégration par l'intergénérationnel à Côte-des-Neiges, où on jumelle des personnes âgées avec des nouveaux arrivants. Donc, très, très belle réalisation. Je suis très fière. Sur un autre ton, moi, je tenais à exprimer toutes mes condoléances à la famille de Doudou Boissel. Nous avons perdu une personne remarquable et c'est une personne qui s'est battue surtout pour ses causes. Donc, nos plus sincères condoléances va avec du bonheur et la musique, Doudou. Et en même temps, je souhaite Happy Purim à toute la communauté juive de notre arrondissement. Merci.
Merci, madame. Alors, Peter, Monsieur McQueen.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to wish Happy Purim to all the Jewish community in my district and throughout the borough. Yep. Thank you, Michael. La mairesse a couvert un peu l'Empress. Alors, c'est une excellente nouvelle. C'est un projet sûr qui va remplacer une bâtisse qui s'écroule dans mon district depuis 25 ans. Alors, c'est certain que les voisins rapprochés sont contents. Avec des partenaires aux finances solides, la SHDM, le service de culture de la ville. It's going to create affordable housing for NDG residents, perhaps for some artists, all the while keeping a cultural space, polyvalent cultural space, perhaps a seating of maybe around 200 people possible. And as the mayor has mentioned, a ground floor that we're hoping is going to be a brew pub on Sherbrooke Street to revitalize that part of Sherbrooke right in front of our beautiful park. Concerning the police station, I know a lot of you are here today to speak about the police station. So first of all, I'd like to thank you for coming, welcoming you, and we're very interested in hearing your point of view. We had the meeting with the police just this past Monday, and I'll say that we went in fairly skeptical. I mean, I was still on the fence, thinking about, what I was going to hear and what, obviously I can see that NDG is very keen on his police station, but they were interesting and convincing. So I invite you all to come on Monday. It's at the Benny Library, 7 p.m., and at least hear what they got to say. I mean, I think any informed debate should be just that, informed, and we should get all sides of the story before we make a final decision about, how we feel and how we can make the best of our police services. Alors, dans le dernier mois, j'ai participé à l'Assemblée annuelle de BizNDG. Alors, the business community is relaunched in NDG. They had their annual assembly at the Royal Bank on Sherbrooke Street. Big turnout, very fast-paced meeting. If you want to have a fast meeting, have it in a bank, all over in 1 hour from 8 to 9 in the morning. And a new board of directors was elected that I have to say was paritaire. C'était paritaire entre les hommes et les femmes. Et c'était paritaire entre la rue Sherbrooke et la rue Monclin. Alors, un grand succès. Merci à M. Pierre Boudreau qui a travaillé très fort sur ce dossier. I was also present at the Turcotte meeting in February with residents, always concerned about local safety issues for our pedestrians, cyclists, and bus riders around the Vendôme Metro. The work is going to be finished this year. All the exits and entrance ramps will be reopened by the end of the year. And of course, we're looking forward to that bicycle path along the bottom of the falaise that Transport Quebec has promised us for 2021. Concerning the falaise, if you're interested, you know that Les Amis de la Falaise will be holding their annual assembly on Thursday, the 26th of March at 4375 Benny. So if you're interested in making a nice park, perhaps La Dalle Park, the bike and pedestrian bridge to get down to the Lachine Canal there, please come out to that meeting. Pour le prochain mois, les Amis du Parc Notre-Dame-de-Grâce vont tenir leur tir à l'érable, Sugar Shack, on Saturday, the 28th of March. Everybody's invited, especially the kids, of course. We're looking forward to a nice day, a big success. Un autre, 2 de mes enfants sont à l'école secondaire Saint-Luc, alors je dois mentionner qu'ils font la musicale cette année, The Addams Family. It's going to be an interesting show. All the counselors here are, of course, and the mayoress is invited to come. It's the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th of April. Tickets are $15. You can phone the school and pick them up. Finally, if it's not canceled from the coronavirus, I wish you all a happy St. Patrick's Day, and I'll see you at the parade, which will be on St. Catherine Street this year on March 22nd. Thank you.
Merci. Monsieur Perez.
Merci, Madame la mairesse. Bonsoir tout le monde. Good evening, everybody. Quelques items locaux. D'abord, la semaine passée, il y avait une rencontre du comité de bon voisinage concernant la construction du REM dans mon district pour la station Canora, ainsi que la station à Ville-Mont-Royal. Il y a de l'évolution dans le chantier. Il va y avoir encore un autre changement de l'intersection de façon temporaire. Moi, je me suis assuré avec les services, on travaille en étroite collaboration afin de s'assurer que la sécurité des piétons est tout à fait respectée et assurée. Donc, on travaille là-dessus, sur la nouvelle disposition de l'intersection Wilderton-Canora et Jean Talon. Il y a des défis particuliers, mais on espère qu'ils seront à l'écoute. Et sinon, on va continuer à soulever des enjeux sur cela. Deuxième point, je pense que le sujet de ce soir, the one that most people or that many people are concerned about is obviously the announced closure of PDQ 11 in NDG. I think that Mayor Montgomery and myself are tabling the motion tonight so we can have this debate. You have a right to know where your local elected officials stand on this issue. We believe there's 2 issues at hand. Number one is are the services going to be affected for NDG? Mr. McQueen made reference to the meeting that we had with the SPVM. There was definitely some sharing of a little bit more information, but some things are very troublesome. When the SPVM says that they don't have certain data to know how many people walk into any given station, and yet they can at the same time assure that there's not going to be an impact, I have an issue with that. When I hear from a senior person of the SPVM say that it's solely an administrative decision, the closure of a police station, I have an issue with that in terms of governance. So I look forward to having our motion debated so we can hear from my colleagues, from ourselves, on this issue, and definitively. We believe, myself, Mrs. Montgomery, Mr. Rochon, that there absolutely has to be a moratorium. There has to be a public consultation like there was in 2007 on this issue. And it's very troublesome to find out that the president of the Public Safety Commission was not even aware that there was a public consultation in 2007, when in fact there was already an attempt to in fact have a merger of Station 9 and 11. And it raises issues of governance, of civilian oversight by the elected officials who are duly representative of the population, who are the ones who are accountable to the population, and the ones who approve the budget for the SPVM. So when I hear that it's not really our say, when there is no civilian governing body that's had their word to say, not the borough councillor, not the executive committee, not the city council, I have a serious problem with that. And it's not the first time that we've seen this trend. When it came to body cams, again, the administration was easy to essentially roll over. When it came to tasers, the equipping with police officers with tasers, again, they simply rubber stamped the decisions. I say no. I say it's unacceptable to simply, without questions, handle these type of issues. Next issue, we have our public works contracts. Very slim pickings this year. We're talking about $2.6 million. Usually we put over $10 to $20 million a year. And that's a direct consequence of the city center's administration cutting of the public works. Projet Montréal has decided to cut the amount of money we have to put in to our roads in CDNNDG, NDG. Over the last several years, we put in anywhere between $15 and $20 million to improve the roads, to make them safer for everybody, for all users. And unfortunately, because of the decision of the administration, we're only left with $2.6 million. Last point, very happy that the administration decided to backtrack on e-scooters, not to renew the pilot project. It was a motion that we presented in January. At the time, the mayor called us dinosaurs, and a month later, they decided to do exactly that. I think next time they should learn a little bit humility. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup. Monsieur Osnon.
Merci, Madame la Mairesse. Bonsoir tout le monde. Good evening, and welcome back to our relatively new Borough Council space. I'd like to start off with just a recap of the last few weeks. There's been some great events in the community, specifically for Black History Month. I had the pleasure of taking in a couple of plays right here in the borough at 6767 Côte-des-Neiges. Simone Half and Half making its worldwide debut after being shown in classrooms around the city. And the Money Money Talent Show celebrating its 10th anniversary at the Oscar Peterson Concert Hall were both an absolute blast. And just as recently as this weekend, the newly constituted Filipino Heritage Society of Montreal was kind enough to welcome Councillor Perez and myself to one of their celebrations, again at 6767 Côte-des-Neiges. So the community is as active and as vibrant as ever, and given everything that's been going on in the borough, that's really reassuring. Some good news in this month's council meeting as well for the residents of Loyola. For the first time in a really long time, we're investing in the West Haven neighborhood. Coffee Park is going to get a fully lit basketball court. This is something that we've heard called for years and years, and we know how, well, I've heard time and time again, how residents of West Haven often feel like they're left aside, they're forgotten about, every time except for election time. So I'm really, really happy that we can finally show them that we're thinking of West Haven as well, and especially the kids and the teenagers from the West Haven Community Center. And as far as road work is concerned this year as well, we've got some great news for Loyola again, because we're doing a record amount of lead pipe replacements in the neighborhood. We've got several, if not well over a dozen, blocks that are going to be done in Loyola. So that's fantastic as well. We're also going to be doing a lot of traffic calming measures. And on that note, I want to give a special shout out to the residents of Trenham Avenue. I know there are a couple of you here. Thanks for coming out. The residents of Trenham did something that we don't see all that often. They got organized. They knocked on their neighbors' doors. They asked them, hey, we feel like the cars are going too fast down the street. What do you think we can do about it? They got them to sign a petition detailing the options that they prefer. They sent it in to me, and we're going to make it a reality. That is the beauty of citizen involvement at the local level, and I just want to congratulate you. Thanks again for doing that. Now, some things go on as normal without any of the politicians getting involved, and we all know that it's probably best that way. But unfortunately, there are some things that do not go on the same way. A little over a month ago, something that we continuously heard, at least on our end from Mayor Montgomery, was that even though she had left the Projet Montréal caucus, that things would go on as before, that nothing has changed in the borough, that we still share the same values, and we can work together. Since then, a few things have happened. From her meeting with the police department on January 30th, it took her 3 weeks to write to us to propose an action regarding the integration of the 2 local police stations. 3 weeks, day to day. We share an office. To this day, we have not received written information regarding the suspension, the 17-day suspension of our borough director. The senior civil servant in the borough was suspended, and the mayor did not see fit to inform the councillors. Our cabinet has gone from 4 employees to 2, or maybe 1.5, considering that one of them is not supposed to talk to civil servants. We've constantly asked for more of a framework for us to work together, given that things have changed, only to have most of our requests go unanswered in writing. And for the first time this mandate, we didn't actually have a prep meeting for this council. Normally, we have a meeting 10 days before so that we can sit down with the directors, ask them questions, express concerns about different files. And due to the mayor's unwillingness to ensure a safe and healthy workplace for the borough director, it precipitated a crisis that prevented us from having a meeting. So things are not the way they've always been. Things are not well in CDNNDG. The day-to-day, in many cases, goes on, but everything is paralyzed at the cabinet level, and we're having difficulty keeping in touch with the senior civil servants so that we can ensure that our residents' concerns don't go unanswered. We're hoping that this will change soon. We're hoping that she will eventually implement the Comptroller General's recommendations to ensure a safe and healthy workplace. But given the actions of the last few weeks in particular, unfortunately, I don't think any of us are holding our breath. So, at risk of sounding overly negative, I'll try to end on a positive note by saying, wishing a very happy Nowruz to our Persian community, and I know I'm a day or two late, but a very happy Purim to our Jewish friends as well. Thank you.
Merci. 10.05, c'est ça? Parce que M. Gautran n'est pas ici.
If I may,
Oui.
I'd like to, I guess, just inform, I don't know if people know, and just to congratulate Mr. Marvin Rotron, who had a grandchild, his first grandchild, granddaughter, His daughter is overseas, so him and his wife Jackie went to help and assist their daughter, and that's why he's not here. And I'm sure sure everybody, we're very excited for them, and we know that mother and baby are doing well.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We don't have a name yet. But, OK, 10.05.
C'est la période de questions et de demandes du public qui est de 90 minutes. La mairesse va inviter, suivant l'ordre qui est déterminé par tirage au sort et en faisant en sorte qu'il y ait alternance entre les hommes et les femmes, que chaque personne qui s'est inscrite à s'approcher du micro afin de poser sa question. Les questions sont adressées à la mairesse, laquelle peut les diriger à un conseiller ou à un membre de la direction. Les personnes présentes avec des enfants et celles qui utilisent le transport adapté, qui doivent quitter avant la fin de la période de questions, bénéficient d'une priorité faisant abstraction de l'ordre qui a été déterminé par tirage au sort. La personne qui est invitée peut poser au plus 2 questions, lesquelles doivent se rapporter à une matière d'intérêt public qui relève des attributions de l'arrondissement ou de la ville-centre. Un maximum de 3 personnes peut interroger le conseil sur un même sujet. Si d'autres personnes désirent intervenir sur un même sujet, elles pourront le faire à la fin de la période de questions si le temps le permet. La mairesse doit veiller à ce que la période de questions se déroule de façon polie et respectueuse et qu'elle ne donne lieu à aucun débat. Elle peut également limiter le droit de parole à toute personne dont l'intervention est trop longue, compte tenu du temps maximal qui est alloué pour la période de questions et au droit de toutes les personnes présentes de poser des questions. J'invite maintenant la mairesse à donner le nom des citoyens qui se sont inscrits pour la période de questions, suivant l'ordre qui a été déterminé par tirage au sort, après avoir expliqué le processus en anglais. Merci.
Merci, Madame Reeves. So our question period lasts for 90 minutes, and everybody has 2 minutes to ask a question, and we try to keep our answers to 2 minutes as well. So you ask one question and then a follow-up question. People with children or people using adapted transit have priority and can go first. And we allow a maximum of 3 questions on any one topic. So if you're number 4 on a certain topic, your name will go to the end of the list, and you'll be called on if we still have time. And the way it works is through a lottery, but we alternate men and women. So we hear from both genders, and let's keep it polite and respectful. And we're not here to have a debate. We're here to answer your questions. Okay. So I'll read the first few names, and the microphone is up here at the front. Just approach the microphone. Isabelle Pivotto, Neil Mukherjee, Lynn Bono, Joel Kapiters, Hala Alubadi, and Michael Schafter. So we'll start with those. OK. Alors, Madame Pivotto, bonsoir. Oui.
Oui, je suis désolée, je suis petite. Donc, moi, je suis présidente du conseil d'établissement de l'école Simone Monet. Et malgré la température un peu plus printanière, je vais parler de tempête. Le 6 février dernier, on a eu donc l'une des dernières tempêtes qui a été assez forte. Aux abords de l'école, on a eu un déneigement très tardif, et pas du côté trottoir de l'école, mais le côté opposé. Il faut savoir que dans l'école Simone Monet, sur l'avenue du Puy, nous avons des classes d'enfants réguliers, mais aussi des classes à besoins particuliers, notamment des classes langagières et autistes. Et il y a donc des débarquements d'autobus scolaires, mais aussi de berlines. Et donc, les enfants ont dû zigzaguer, ont glissé sur les mottes de glace qui étaient sur les trottoirs et sur la route. Et donc, on a décidé avec le conseil d'établissement de vous envoyer un courriel avec une lettre demandant qu'à l'avenir, on priorise en fait le trottoir côté école Simone Monet. On n'a pas eu de retour. C'est pour ça que je venais pour faire un suivi avec vous et savoir, effectivement, avec les nouvelles températures qui s'en viennent, on se doute bien qu'il ne va pas y avoir de nouveaux déneigements. Mais pour l'avenir de nos enfants, pour le prochain hiver, on aimerait bien que soit priorisé le bon trottoir.
OK. Merci beaucoup. Merci, merci d'être venu. Et pour votre question, c'est sûr que la sécurité de nos enfants, c'est une priorité. Et pour le déneigement, normalement, c'est les hôpitaux, les écoles, tout ça, qui sont faits aux premières. Alors, je vais demander M. Boutin de prendre... J'ai vu qu'il a pris note. Il est notre directeur de travaux publics. Puis peut-être, est-ce que vous voulez dire quelques mots?
Oh oui.
Oui.
Il n'y a pas de problème. Bonsoir, madame. On va vérifier, dans le fond, qu'est-ce qui s'est passé. Je sais qu'habituellement, c'est assez quand même rapide. Il y a eu une grosse tempête le 6 février, il y a eu un 40 cm, il y a un 15 cm qui est tombé quelques jours après. Et l'entrepreneur a été débordé. Puis, dans les faits, on a eu des ratés. Et pas seulement à votre école. Il y en a eu ailleurs également. On prend bonne note. On va voir avec les gens d'opération si on est capable vraiment de s'assurer auprès d'entrepreneurs de prioriser à tout le moins la première fois qu'on va commencer un côté, de commencer chez vous. Ça peut ne pas être la première nuit, mais si on fait un côté, au moins essayer de faire le côté de l'école en premier. On va vérifier ça. Ça vous va?
Merci. Magda?
Madame Pivotto, donc je connais très bien l'école Simone Monet et la prochaine fois, je vous conseille aussi de me mettre en copie conforme à votre courriel. Je n'ai reçu aucune communication de votre part. Ça, je suis d'accord, mais pour ce sujet particulier... Merci.
OK. Merci beaucoup. Mr. Mercredi?
Hi, good evening.
Good evening. Sorry, technical issues.
I'll hold it. Okay. It's regarding the police station closure, the Poste de Quartier. We've seen a tendency of going to more community-based policing in North America. I'm just wondering, why are we breaking this trend here in Montreal? We've had poor relations with community with certain groups. There's a lack of police presence foot-wise in terms of interacting with members of the community. Why are we going to this wholesale style of policing?
Thank you for your question. That's why Mr. Perez and I are tabling this motion tonight, because we are against this. We believe in the community police stations that started in the 90s. And I think if you look at a map of the SPVM on their website of all their stations, and you take out Station 11, there'll be a huge gaping hole in our community. And we have 65,000 people here, and of all walks of life. And I think it's very important. I think the petition that's been going around shows that it's an important part of our community to have that station there. So that's why, you know, we're against, and we're calling for these public consultations and a moratorium. Mr. Arsenault?
Thank you for the question. This question of community versus, I kind of like the term wholesale policing, even though that's not what happens in Montreal. The issue when it comes to community policing is, as you alluded to, having boots on the ground, cops on the ground. Now, something that the SPVM has actually been working to improve over the last 15 years is the number of police officers actually patrolling in the community. If you're curious for more information, you can look through their annual reports. For about the last 15 years or so, they're available online, and they show that there has been an uptick in many years of the number of foot patrollers. And that's actually paid off because more and more residents have reported seeing the police out and about on foot, and the fact that it increases their sense of security. So I can understand why there would be a concern that closing police stations would lead to so-called wholesale style of policing. But the fact of the matter is the SPVM has been working towards more boots on the ground, more patrols over the last 15 years. And that really is shown in their community reports. Ditto for things like community outreach. It was several years ago that they started introducing socio-community officers, And I can attest to the presence of ours at community events in NDG. They're everywhere. When I go to New Hope Senior Citizen Center for lunch, they're there for lunch. When I was out at the Benny Winter Festival in -20, -30-degree cold the last couple of winters, they were there. So I think we need to be careful just not to jump to conclusions here, because while it's easy to see a police station and say that, okay, they're policing, there's a big difference between the station itself and what's happening on the ground.
Okay, thank you very much.
I got a second question, follow-up question. It relates more to what Mr. Arsenault had said in the beginning of the meeting regarding Mayor Montgomery finding out about the decision on January 30th. Yet, if you look at is that right?
I said that she had a meeting with the SPVM on the 30th.
Yet, in an article in the Gazette, it mentions that she was notified of the decision on the 29th of January. Why? Who's running the city? Why is it that the mayor's finding out through an article in a paper and not through official channels? Like, who's running the city? Is it the police that's running the city? Is it certain members of the council? Is it the party? Like, who's running the city?
Okay, I'll answer that. I learned about this, like most of the public, from the Suburban, and I'd like to congratulate the reporter. I think he's in the room. The Suburban doesn't always get scoops, but they had this scoop on the 29th. And then I was contacted that day by the police brass that they wanted to sit down with me on the 30th, but they didn't tell me why. I wasn't able to prepare for the meeting. They wouldn't give me an agenda or anything. They just came and told me it was a fait accompli. So the fact of the matter is, the executive committee knew about this. Madame Popiano sits on the executive committee. So in fact, they would have known this before me, and they didn't inform me. So, but you're right. I'm wondering the council, the administration is responsible for the police. The police shouldn't be making the calls of where the stations are.
Madame Papiano, pour vous ajouter?
I'd like to add something.
Mr. McQueen?
Thank you. Yeah, thanks a lot for coming, Neil, and asking your questions, and I understand your concerns about the police. One of the things the police talk to us about is how much training is important, and it's training cross-force. I think you would agree. It's not just one station that gets training. All the police get training on, relationship with minority communities, about sensitivity towards mental health issues, and these are important questions that all the force has to get. So I think that answers part of your thing. It doesn't happen at a station-by-station basis.
Anyone else like to comment? Madame Popiano?
Je suis désolée, la mairesse, je crois qu'elle vous a mal informé. Je n'étais pas au courant au comité exécutif. C'est un programme de fermeture, pas de fermeture, mais d'inclusion des postes de police. D'ailleurs, on l'a vécu en Côte-des-Neiges, vous savez, on a fermé un comptoir de police qui était sur Queen Mary, ça en 2008, a été inclus dans le poste 26 qui était sur Van Horn et Descaries. Par la suite, on a fait le deuxième mouvement qui était d'inclure ce poste avec les postes de police de Mont-Royal et d'Outremont. Je n'ai pas entendu ni mon collègue Lionel Pérez qui était, et ni mon collègue d'ailleurs Malverotte, qui sont élus sur ce territoire, dire pas un mot. Donc ça s'est passé super bien. Les statistiques sont très très bonnes. C'est rassurant d'avoir plus de police sur le terrain et pas dans des bureaux. Donc, il n'y a pas eu un lever de bouclier en Côte-des-Neiges, bien que la délinquance, c'est des zones avec un taux de délinquance important. Il n'y a absolument aucun problème. Donc, nous sommes très confiants. Et je suis très surprise, tout le monde sait que la mairesse a été clairement informée le 31 janvier.
I'm just a little bit shocked that the executive committee wouldn't be aware of this. I mean, they're kind of the heart of the administration. But anyway, do you have another? Oh, no, that was your second.
Thank you.
Mr.
Yeah,
Perez,
a very quick comment. I find it fascinating, the fact that Projet Montréal, Mr. Arsenault, Madame Papineau, keep harping back the fact that Mrs. Montgomery knew January 30th. Now, maybe should she have spoken to us? Fine, maybe yes, maybe not. Obviously would want to be informed. But it makes it sound that had she raise the flag, well, they would have just canceled the closure. I mean, that's how ludicrous. That's their strongest argument. I think that's very ludicrous and insulting to the population. Had Mrs. Montgomery done A or B, then they would have changed plans. I'm sorry. That's just a weak argument.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Thank you. Madame Bruno. And after it's Joel. Copiters, Mr. Copiters. Bonsoir.
Bonsoir. Chers élus, bonsoir.
Est-ce que vous pouvez baiser?
Voilà.
OK,
Bon,
voilà.
5 pieds 3.
Merci.
Oui, chers élus, bonsoir. Madame la mairesse, mes deux questions vont porter sur la SOCANV dans le cadre des articles 20.02, 20.04 qui feront l'objet d'une approbation de fonds ce soir. Ça me fait plaisir de voir, évidemment, que encore cette année, l'arrondissement va s'occuper de l'herbe à poux au bénéfice de la santé de nos résidents. Donc, bravo. Maintenant, le montant consenti cette année, 1 050 159 $ pour 33 mois, comparé à 975 000 $ pour 36 mois à la dernière convention. C'est un montant qui va être accordé aux seuls soumissionnaires pour le programme Écoquartier, c'est-à-dire la SOCANV, dans le cadre donc d'une convention pour 33 mois. Comme j'ai dit, ça représente une augmentation de 17,5 % par rapport à la convention précédente. Les activités couvertes doivent permettre à l'arrondissement d'atteindre certains objectifs du plan local de développement durable 2019-2022, incluant, et je cite, de réduire les quantités de déchets et intensifier la participation aux collectes sélectives. Vous n'êtes pas sans savoir, Madame la mairesse, que les résidents des immeubles de plus de 8 appartements ne sont toujours pas desservis par la cueillette à domicile des déchets putrescibles. Côte-des-Neiges Notre-Dame-de-Grâce ne fait pas partie du projet pilote qui se déroulera cette année dans 4 arrondissements à Montréal. On ne sait toujours pas si et quand tous ces résidents, et ils sont nombreux, pourront eux aussi participer à transformer une partie de leurs ordures en compost d'ici la fin 2022, c'est-à-dire l'horizon couvert par le plan local de développement durable. Ma question, qu'est-ce qui empêche l'arrondissement de demander à ce que les sites de compost communautaires soient multipliés pour faire en sorte que les résidents des immeubles de plus de 8 appartements puissent participer en plus grand nombre à la réduction des déchets putrescibles en attendant, peut-être encore pendant des années, d'avoir accès à une collecte à domicile?
Oui, alors merci beaucoup, Madame Bruno. Et c'est grâce à vous qu'on n'a plus d'herbe à pu, parce que vous êtes venu plusieurs fois pour pousser pour cet enjeu. Alors, merci beaucoup. Mais je suis d'accord avec vous. Alors, on doit faire quelque chose pour le compostage dans les bâtiments, plus de 8 unités. Et j'aimerais voir ça aussitôt que possible. On travaille là-dessus dans notre plan de développement, Sustainable Development, durable. Et on va le faire, mais ça prend du temps.
Je pense que ce que je voulais dire, c'est qu'avec cette augmentation-là, qu'est-ce qui empêche l'arrondissement de, pas d'attendre la collecte à domicile, mais d'en faire un peu plus sur le compost communautaire?
Exactement. Oui, Madame Papiano.
Merci. Moi aussi, je tiens à vous féliciter. Je ne dirais pas qu'on s'est débarrassé de l'herbe à poux, mais en tout cas, les squads anti-Atchoum, ils ont réussi à faire 228 km de rue. Les parcs, les terrains de la ville, 1 316 plants qui ont été arrachés grâce à votre initiative. Non, mais c'est vrai, là, écoutez, donc ça nous a beaucoup motivés de le faire, donc je tiens à vous remercier. Concernant le compost dans les 9 logements et plus, c'est un sujet qui me tient particulièrement à cœur et j'ai des bonnes nouvelles pour vous. Donc, nous avons octroyé ce contrat à la Société environnementale de Côte-des-Neiges pour leur donner aussi la possibilité de le faire sur initiative populaire. Donc, si, disons, votre bâtiment se mobilise, parce que le problème avec le compost dans les grands bâtiments est de coordonner le ramassage, et puis il y en a qui le mettent, il y en a qui le laissent, il y en a qui voyez? Donc, s'il y en a une volonté commune dans le bâtiment de faire du compostage, vous pouvez appeler la société environnementale et ils vont vous aider à le faire.
Ben, je vais
C'est
le
une très bonne nouvelle, justement.
OK.
Donc, et la deuxième très, très bonne nouvelle, le moment où l'arrondissement va être plus fonctionnel. Donc, je souhaite mettre en place, d'ailleurs, je l'ai demandé à la mairesse à plusieurs reprises, de faire un projet pilote, surtout dans les gros bâtiments où tu as un seul propriétaire ou un seul gestionnaire d'immeuble, comme dans les Rock Hill, par exemple, OK? Où il y en a 1000 appartements à la même place. Donc, tu peux faire et une campagne de sensibilisation et un ramassage en même temps. Moi, j'espère de voir ce projet à l'intérieur de ce
Bon,
mandat.
c'est encourageant.
Ok.
Merci. J'ai une deuxième question, Madame la mairesse. Ça porte sur la communication au public dans le cadre du projet de contrôle de l'herbe à poux. Étant donné qu'à ma connaissance, là, la SOCANF tente de revaloriser la biomasse des plants d'herbe à poux arrachés par une méthode de compostage isolée, particulière, spéciale, et que cela n'est d'aucune manière à tenter, soit dans le compost dans notre propre jardin ou dans un compost communautaire. La communication avec le public devient importante. Quelles sont les précautions qui vont être prises? Fait le compost avec ça. Il faut que ce soit bien compris que ce n'est pas le compost ordinaire. Là.
Oui,
OK?
je comprends.
Donc, c'est
Oui.
pas toujours facile de communiquer avec le public.
Je suis d'accord et je pense que notre arrondissement, notre département de communication peut faire quelque chose pour ça. Je vais demander à Mme Beauchemin de s'assurer que les gens sont bien informés par ce fait.
OK.
Madame Popliano. D'ailleurs, j'ai une très, très bonne nouvelle à vous dire. La campagne de sensibilisation a déjà été faite, même à l'intérieur, si Madame Beauchamp pourrait. Donc, elle a été magnifique, la campagne de sensibilisation. D'ailleurs, on va le faire aussi pour le compost, parce que j'ai eu des questions. Est-ce que les déchets de nos petits animaux de compagnie peuvent aller au compost? Non, ils ne peuvent pas aller au compost. Est-ce que l'herbe à poux peut aller? Non, elle ne peut pas. Donc, nous l'avons fait en première étape, et Mme Beauchamp elle hoche la tête, donc elle le confirme. D'ailleurs, c'est dans le rapport de la Société environnementale que la campagne de communication a été déployée, et on va le faire aussi pour le compost et la présence de l'herbe à poux dans le compost.
Parfait. Merci beaucoup. Bonne soirée.
Monsieur Computers.
Just a quick public service announcement and then a thank you. The Conseil du patrimoine religieux du Québec has been helpful to a lot of our places of worship. Typically, they've given us funds to renovate our places of worship and to keep them as places of worship. They've announced this year for the first time, I think, an envelope of funds that will allow places of worship to make the transition for either a sale or for use by community groups in social contexts. There's two envelopes of funds that they're making available. One is for architects' plans and planning stages, and the other one is actually to do work to transform them. And so this is great. The funds are there. It's provincial funds. It's Director of Communications. So it's there from the Conseil du patrimoine. So if there's churches, places of worship that are in transition, those two envelopes of funds are there. And that's the kind of thing we want to see. Instead of the places of worship being transferred into condominiums, let's make them into, so the funds are there. And then I just want to slip in a quick thank you about the Empress Theater. I think we are realizing that waiting for the big mega monster projects is not going to solve the housing crisis. And in cities across North America, we are going to small scale, human scale, mixed use projects integrated in the community. And these kinds of small projects where there's 10, 15, 20 units at a time, mixed use, this is exactly the way we need to solve this problem, not 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 units at a time.
Exactly.
Yes. Thank you.
Yes.
No, before you, Mr. Shafter, it's Madame Alibadi. And you're next. Yeah, man, woman. Sorry.
Good evening.
Times are changing.
So I have to say that it's about the police station, of course. And the council, many of you know that we have always fought for having local services in the community. Sometimes we win, sometimes we lose. But in my experience, which I've been working for 14 years in the community, it's really we lost when there's no consultation. And I can give you two examples. One of them when the welfare office closed. I learned after it happened, and we are now facing the difficulties with clientele who have to travel all the way to Saint Laurent to use the service, while it was just there, and there are many services that use search of work, assignmentation, photocopying, so we lost. While in the other time when the Ministry of Immigration closed the service for immigrants in our neighborhood, we fought. And our MNA at that time, she was a Minister of Immigration. She helped us. She fought with us. We have CDNNDG. I think everybody is very proud to have this service locally in our neighborhood. So this is why I come to my question, which is why the community was never consulted for a very important local service in our community. And what can we do to reverse? To go consult, not inform. Like this information session is happening on the 16th. I didn't have time until today to inform the people. I cannot come that day. We need some time to plan our life. So can it be not information? Can we reverse, consult, talk with the population before we move on this closer?
Yes. Thank you very much for your question. And thank you also to the Community Council for starting the petition and showing such interest in this very important issue. That is why we're tabling our motion tonight, because we want a moratorium and on this merger, and we want public consultations. I mean, at first the police wanted to have the meeting here, and I said, this isn't even NDG. First of all, we have to have it in NDG. So then they moved it to the cultural center. I am not comfortable, as my colleague, Mr. Perez, with the fact that when we said to them, give us the numbers of how many people walk into that station, you know, to report a crime or to seek help or whatever, they didn't have those numbers. They said, well, we'd have, you know, if we had them, they'd be skewed and, you know, I mean, I don't believe that. Like, you must keep track of something, the number of people that come into your station. And I'm very concerned. I've talked to a lot of former retired detectives. I've talked to former police chiefs who all say this is a huge mistake, moving away from community policing, because having it close and in the community where people can walk in, because I said, how are people going to report crime? You know, if it's not like a 911 call, sometimes you just want to go and make your report. They said, well, people can do it online. I mean, if you're a victim of crime, you don't want to go online. You want to go to the police station. You want to see an officer. You want to be reassured about the process, because it can be intimidating, and you may be traumatized. I know myself, for my harasser, I went to Station 11 and sat there and did my report for a good hour and talked to the officer. So, you know, and also, like what another police officer told me is, we have a lot of runaways, a lot of trafficking of young girls down on Saint-Jacques Street. If they want to run away from their pimp, are they going to go to Côte Saint-Luc? I mean, you can't even get there with public transit, right? You need a place for these young women to go. That's just one example. So that's why we're tabling this motion today. And I hope, I mean, it was reversed before. I think we can do it again. We just have to make a lot of noise.
And if I can say also the timing, like, give us some time. We are all busy. This is the time of the
but
year
this
when...
isn't us that organized the information session. It was the police. I mean, if you want, we can ask them.
But we want to consult also. I didn't have time to talk with all the director of organization.
But this isn't even consultation. It's information where they're going to just tell you they're going to tell you what they told us, that this is happening and this is why it's happening. So that's why we want a formal consultation done in our borough.
Madam Mayor?
Yeah.
Thank you for the question, Hala. I think everyone up here hears the community concerns and concerns from residents on this. And I mean, you know me, you know everyone here, where we don't have to beat around the bush about that. You talk about a loss of services, and naturally that would be worrisome for anyone when we talk about public safety. I went into the SPVM meeting for elected officials on Monday really skeptical that they'd be able to reassure me that there wouldn't be a loss of services. And I can understand why people in this room might feel the same way, not least when Mayor Montgomery herself has said things like, we're going to lose our patrols in NDG, as if NDG a population of about 70,000 people on its own, would lose its police patrols under any circumstances. The idea is preposterous. So there's this idea that any kind of integration might reduce the services, and that those services are needed because we need to walk into the station. The issue about harassment, Sue raised it with the police, and they said, with all due respect, if you have a harassment case, we will send someone to you. We will do it. We'll send someone as soon as we can. But some people don't need an officer to show up at their door. You know, if I have my bike stolen, I'm not going to go to the local police station. I'm going to file it online. So there needs to be, my point is, there needs to be a little more nuance brought to this discussion, which we haven't had because there hasn't been much of a discussion so far, which is why, at our request, the police have agreed to hold a public information session. We need to clarify the facts, straighten the record, and instead of fear-mongering, actually look at the information that's being provided. So please, all I'm asking is that you come on Monday with an open mind.
We can.
The event's happening in NDG.
At 7 o'clock, which we have other events.
7 o'clock. Well, if it's that much of an issue, I'm sure that we'll be able to get you more information or to have another sit down. Before we knew that there was going to be a session in NDG, we were talking about having a second session. And to that effect, I mean, I have an email. We have an email from Sue, not 2 days ago, offering the use of this room. So if it was so big of an issue that it's not being held in NDG, I don't know why she's offering borough facilities. We've been saying that we want people to be informed. That's what we're going to continue saying for the next week until we can sit down and have everyone in the same room.
I've had veteran officers tell me that what's happening is you're not getting patrols. The police will go out when there's a call. And you know, to me, that's too far to go from Côte Saint-Luc to NDG.
And police brass, when told that fact, police brass said that is false. If you've got officers telling you that, then we have something wrong because it is patently untrue. It doesn't happen.
We also have police stations that are open. They're only open till 7 p.m. We have two police stations that are open at 20 and 21.
Excuse-moi, Madame la mairesse. Rien qu'un petit rappel, il n'y a pas de débat pendant la période des questions entre vous et Monsieur Arsenault. Je pense qu'on devrait donner les réponses aux citoyens. Merci.
Thank you, Mr. Perez, for the reminder.
Just one comment that really, it happened to me once, and I had a senior person wanted to go to the police station. She was too scared to go by herself. I called the police. I said, she's a senior, she's in my office, what can I do? They asked me to come to the police station. Exactly. They couldn't come. So I rented Communito. I walked with the woman. She sat in the back seat. I took her to the police station because she didn't feel comfortable going by herself. Police couldn't come to see her at my office. She was confused. So it does happen. It's my only time I use the police station, and I use it with Communito. I would not be able to leave the car in Côte Saint-Luc. You have to change the regulation.
Did you have another question?
No,
that's it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Schafter.
Good evening. Permit demolition of the Empress Theater. It's too expensive to renovate. Shuttered for almost 30 years, an engineering report might reveal an unsound structure, a roof substantially weakened by continuous leaking, and a facade which may collapse from water infiltration, freeze and thaw this spring. The Empress has become a visibly polluting sign of political procrastination, while local merchants are still crying out for it to become the economic booster for Sherbrooke Street West. I table this motion once again. The developer awarded the contract with the highest competitive bid would demolish the Empress and replace it by the new Empress residence. The two pharos would be repaired to adorn either side of the front entrance. The stained glass would become a transom window above. All iconic items would adorn the lobby, and the facade in the interior would reflect a much more emphatic neo-Egyptian Renaissance design than present or past or ever before. The ground floor commercial space could be reserved for creative and performing arts, such as a Michael's Arts and Crafts store, a place for the Black Theater Workshop, or any type of educational courses in the many art forms. Opposition Leader Lionel Perez, thank you. Here's two more motions to comment on. One, speculators, foreign and domestic, would pay an extra 5% surtax or more on any Montreal residential purchase, which goes into the city's social housing and homeless funds. Two, homeowners living in the home should be extended an income tax deduction for interest portion only on the first $500,000 of their mortgage.
You have a question, Mr. Shafter, please? Yeah, you have 4
Yeah.
seconds.
Give me a few seconds.
No, I'd like your
This
question,
will
please.
help. Yes. The question is, consider that this will help them qualify for bank financing and maintain the home thereafter without incurring any capital gains tax there when selling. So, please forcibly discuss with both higher levels of government, which aren't doing enough in a market spiraling out of affordability.
Your question, please?
Propelled by the speculators who deduct all expenses.
Mr. Shafter, I'd
collect
like your
revenue,
question, please.
and outprice the market, leaving the average homer impossible to afford it. So will you, sir, talk to the two levels of government? Just discuss it. Just make it public.
I get the question. First of all, the current administration, Madame Plante, has already raised this issue about adding a tax. They've done it in Toronto and in Vancouver. There's ongoing discussions with the provincial government to that effect. What we do know is that although there's a trend of increasing foreign purchases, relatively speaking, it's still under 3% of the market. It used to be 1.5%, so there's definitely an increase. So, and we're waiting to hear from the provincial government. So as much as I could raise it, I think the administration has the same concern, and they're doing that already. What I will say, however, I think if there is something that we can do right now is to control the Airbnb in our borough. We currently have no bylaws or regulation conducting it, and we've been hearing a ping pong match between the mayor's office and Quebec City as to who should be governing this issue, whether it's Quebec with their inspectors in virtue of the law, or whether it should be more at the local level. I believe one doesn't exclude the other. We can do it at the local level. There are partnerships between the provincial government and the city on many such matters, and if that will directly have an impact on making available more units that are no longer available to rent because they're being used as Airbnb.
Thank you. Mr. Shafter, do you have a follow-up question? Mr.
Mayor Montgomery.
Yeah. Could you speak into the mic, please? Thanks.
Mayor Montgomery.
Yes.
Please, let's stop the procrastination and any more talk of giving away the $5 to $10 million property for free to a nonprofit arts group unable in 5 years to raise the financing to renovate it. If they had done this, we would be bailing them out today and forever. Please comment on my common sense initiative on the table for 10 years to demolish the old Empress, build a new Empress residential high-rise, and pocket the money for nonprofits like NDG Food Depot, Head and Hands, and Project Genesis. Or, if you like, please offer your better initiative if you have one to offer tonight.
Okay. Mr. Shafter, were you aware of our announcement on Monday about the Empress? I just wonder if you heard about our announcement, what we're doing with it.
Yes. Did
Okay.
you hear my announcement for 10 years, at least 7 or 8 times?
No.
You must have heard it in the last 2 years.
No, we have a partnership right now with the SHDM, and thanks to Madame Popiano, we're going ahead with that. Tonight we're giving them money to do a feasibility study, and we want to do a mixed usage project with community space. There will be community space there. There will be affordable housing, and there will be some commercial thing on the bottom that, will help pay for everything.
Okay.
So I think it's an excellent idea. I'm not sure what your...
Well, what I was saying is, could you please protect the children? Because that rickety fence that's been out there for 5 years,
yeah, we're gonna...
any child can get in there when the wall collapses.
Okay.
Put
well,
up a 10-foot fence
We're going to
already.
be demolishing it, probably, so...
Oh, you are demolishing it. Wonderful. We agree.
Okay. Okay, I didn't realize that was your question. Okay, Eleanor Smith, Andrew Ross, Antonella Nizola. But is Andrew Ross still here? Oh, you are. Okay. Because, Madame Nizola, you're asking about the police station, and that will be the fourth question. So you'll have to, unfortunately, go to the end of the line. But we don't have a ton of questions, so we should be able to get to you as well. Okay, so Eleanor Smith. She's still here? Yeah. Oh, there she is. Yeah. And then Andrew Ross. Lindsay Morris. Oh, that's also police station. I got a lot of police stations. So you'll have to go to the end, as will Tanya. And Mr. Montagano will be after. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Eleanor Smith, and I'm a member of Project Genesis. Today, I want to talk to you about the municipal inspectors.
Okay.
Firstly, I want to thank the borough for their collaboration in working with us to improve the system and hire more inspectors. Our borough only gets better when we work together. That being said, health issues in housing are still a major issue in our borough, and we still need to work on our system. We need a more prompt process and higher consequences for problem landlords. The requirement of default letters slows down the process of helping tenants in unhealthy living situations and puts tenants into difficult relationships with their landlords. We appreciate the work being done, but as Côte-des-Neiges is the largest borough in Montreal, the needs are greater and additional resources are required. So I'm asking you today for 3 commitments.
Mm-hmm.
1, for the borough to hire more inspectors. 2, for the borough to charge greater fines of landlords with problem buildings. And 3, and to remove the requirement of default letters before the inspectors come to a building.
Okay. Thank you very much for your question and for coming tonight.
Thank you. And I hope you will work on what...
No, it's, as you know, it's been a long-standing problem in our borough, and I have to give credit to Madame Popianu again tonight, because when she was in charge of housing at the city, she also worked very closely with our inspectors here. And so what we decided to do is that, we found that there were too many buildings to attack at once. So we said, why don't we take the worst 10 or I think it was 14 buildings, and let's really nail them, like have follow-up. We increased the fines, actually. We had more inspectors, and we have a lot... We make sure, because the problem before was there was no follow-up. Like we'd say, you have to fix this, and then, nobody checked to see if it had been done. So we're hammering a select, like the worst buildings that we have, and we've had a lot of success. And in fact, we're going to be making that information public soon, because what's happened is some of these landlords or some of the owners have got fed up with the fines and the hammering away, that they've put their building up for sale. So, but again, then we risk renovictions, right? So then we have another problem, but that's something else we have to address. But I am having breakfast with the inspectors, I think it's next week. So I will bring your concerns to them. But I think we've actually made some progress, I have to say. And again, I have to give credit to Madame Popiano for that, because she was instrumental in coming up with this plan.
So thank you very much for coming. And we already met several times, so it's really a big problem, but I will not say we solve everything, but we are on the good track, okay? And actually I want to thank also the services, the chief of inspectors. They develop inside the team a program to make the follow-up of all the buildings they make inspections. So we give a lot of tickets, actually. We solve a part of the problem in the court, you know, because we have to go with the owners. But I think the most important thing, I say it in French in my introduction word, is we will support the owner to repair the buildings and to keep in the same time the affordable rent. This one, it's so that means for more than 6 apartments. And it's our case in this neighborhood because it's like 12, 14 apartments in the building. So the owner can have an amount of money to repair the building, to clean everything, and is the city help them to do it, but they have the obligation to keep an affordable rent. So I think it will work.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
Did you have a follow-up question, or is that it?
No,
That's
no,
it?
that's
Okay, well, thank you very much for your interest, and thank you for your work with Project Genesis, too. Thanks for coming. Mr. Ross? So this is the last question for the police station for now, and then the rest will have to go at the end of the line. Good evening.
Good evening, Madam Mayor. Thank you very much. I'm Andrew Ross. I'm the president of the NDG Community Council. I just want to make sure that people can hear me properly. And we've been very proud of the fact that we've been able to help residents actually have their voices heard regarding the Police Station 11 closure issue. And it's not an integration, it's not a merger, it's a closure. And I think that we need to be very clear about what that is. So 2,500 residents have already expressed their opinions through our petition, and that continues. It remains open. We're about to launch phase 2 of our efforts to make sure that NDG's voices are heard on this. And I encourage everyone to check out ndg.ca to actually follow up and continue to put pressure onto our municipal officials. Now, what baffles me in all this, and what I think is really tone deaf on behalf of the police department, is I'm trying to figure out what is the problem that this police station closure is trying to solve. We at the Community Council, we have people on the ground. We have people working with vulnerable communities. We have people talking with various stakeholders in NDG every day. And no one of those groups is asking for more boots on the ground in NDG. What they want is they want stronger connections, stronger linkages between the police department and community organizations and stakeholders across this community. And that's what we're not getting. Why is it so important to try to push through this particular proposal without consultations with residents, without consultations with local institutions and community organizers? Mr. McQueen said it's important to have informed debate. I agree, but we debate before a decision is made, not afterwards. It challenges the very idea of transparency in governance. So what will you do to correct these errors? Will you stop this proposal and force the police department back to the drawing board?
Thank you very much for your question. I'll just repeat what I said earlier about our motion. I mean, we're dead set against this, and I plan to fight it as much as I can. But we can't do it alone, and we need the residents. And I thank the Community Council for your efforts too. Would anyone else like to weigh in?
Thank you
Mr. McQueen?
for coming, Mr. Ross, and it was great to have our exchange on email today, which I thought was constructive. You did write very well. I understand your concerns. I think these are reasonable questions. We're pushing. We're the ones who pushed that the meeting be in NDG. Just in the last day or two, it was originally scheduled here by the mayoress, and we pushed that it come to NDG. So we're taking steps. We do want the community to hear what the police have to say. I mean, I think you would agree that's a first step. I understand you don't think it's a sufficient step, but I think you would agree it's a first step. I think it is an integration. I don't know why you're saying it's just a closure and not an integration. I mean, as you know, the station in Côte Saint-Luc is only a daytime station right now. The reason they're integrating it in Côte Saint-Luc is because the extra space was available there. The extra real estate space to run a large integrated station, it's going to be able to put more patrol cars on the streets of NDG and Côte Saint-Luc and Montreal West and Hampstead at night especially. Right now, the station in Côte Saint-Luc, people don't have to work night shifts, and they're going to take some people off office jobs, some officers off those office jobs, those at the desk, and say you've got to work at night in the police car. They're going to cover the geographical area of the whole station in a better way. That's what they're telling us. That's what they're telling the community. I think that's a worthwhile goal. People in NDG along Saint-Jacques or along de Maisonneuve Street are facing a number of crimes right now, like the catalytic converters being stolen. It's a terrible situation, vandalism to cars. And to stop that, you need cars on the streets at night. It's not, it's not the police station, where exactly the police station is that's going to stop it from happening down on Saint-Jacques and de Maisonneuve. To me, that's an important consideration. I understand completely that you're concerned about the sociocom officers. So there is that element of the police, absolutely. And there's a promise to keep the sociocom officers. I mean, they already put the sociocom officers in NDG, and we all appreciate them greatly, and we like them, and that is going to continue completely. And as my colleague, Mr. Arsenault said, I haven't been to the police station. I see the sociocom officers all the time at the community events. I've gotten to know them, not because I've ever been in the police station, because they're at so many events, and that's going to continue. Okay. But I think there's also the consideration of that extra patrol car at night, getting response times. When they combine stations 24 and 26 in Côte-des-Neiges, they have the hard data showing their response times in different parts, whether it's Côte-des-Neiges or Mount Royal or Outremont, went down 10 to 20%. This is an important consideration for somebody who's perhaps having their car being
Mr.
vandalized
McQueen,
in
wrap it
NDG.
up. Mr. Ross?
I would just like to remind you that Côte-des-Neiges and TMR and Outremont are not NDG. And what happens there does not necessarily mean that the same thing will happen here. And I think it's very important. You bring out a very interesting point, the need for additional patrols. And great, if the police department thinks there is a need for additional patrols, then they should do that. They don't need to close a police station in order to do that. So, in my follow-up question, because I don't want to go off the rails too much, you've mentioned this meeting, and the meeting has been mentioned a number of times, but it is an information meeting. The police department is not soliciting people's feedback. The idea, as I understand it, is not to change the decision. It's in fact for the police department to try to convince all of us that their decision is right. And I don't think that's appropriate. And I think what all of you, should do on this dais, speaking on behalf of Côte-des-Neiges NDG, is tell the police department, no, that is not the right approach. That is not what you should be doing. You should actually be listening to the community instead of trying to tell the community what it needs. So will you do that?
Well, thank you, Mr. Ross. I find it interesting that Madame Val, Mr. Birnbaum, Mr. Housefather, all of these levels of government have come out against this, and yet the Projet Montréal councillors of NDG who are elected by NDG residents would rather do what the police want than the citizens. So I agree with you 100%. Anyone else?
Thank you very much.
Sorry, Miss Mayor, okay, but the other police station in Côte-des-Neiges was closed during the Coder administration. So why you said that? I
Pardon?
don't understand.
What?
So the Côte-des-Neiges, so integration between the police station 26, Outremont, and Montreal was done during Coder administration.
But what's that got to do? I don't understand your point.
So why you
But
say it's
we're not
an
deba-
idea of Projet Montréal? It's not an idea of Projet Montréal. So it's a long process.
No, I'm saying the Projet Montréal councillors who are elected by NDG residents are not doing what the residents want. They're doing what the police want. Okay, well, you will have one.
I offer another answer. Again, I hear what you're saying, Mr. Ross, but I will say the police do have some expertises that I'm glad they have that are above the capacity of me or any non-police residents. I think you would admit that. I mean, you want them solving
Okay,
stuff.
okay,
And I'm
excuse
going to
me,
give a
there's no
concrete
yelling.
example because they gave it to us at the meeting, and Mr. Perez and the Mayor Montgomery were there. They said they want to combine the stations to get 100 officers in the same station because having more officers together gives them a certain force de frappe, a certain ability to create a task force to deal with a particular criminal occurrence. And they they can get more officers in the room on a particular shift, 10 of them together, saying this is happening. How can we approach it from different sides? They have plainclothes officers, too, that they can put on something like that. And they had a specific crime. Recently, there was an exhibitionist on a bicycle who
In
terrorized a
conclusion,
few
please.
girls' schools in Uchimo, in NDG, and they were able to catch the guy recently because they put a task force on it.
Okay.
That's an important
In
consideration for
conclusion,
me.
please.
They
Okay,
do have that
thank-
ability already.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ross.
More in one-
Thank you for coming. Mr. Montagano, Madame Delaney, sorry, Mr. Savard. Huh? No, he's not. It's he wants to talk about coronavirus. Do you? Okay. Sorry. Madame Delaney, Mr. Savard, Marie-Paul Dagenet, Carl Hamilton, Ian Craig, Adam Wertheimer, and then we get back to the police questions. Okay, so Mr. Montagano, are you? Okay. I'm really sorry for the temperature in here. It's like freezing. We're
Good
not trying to
evening.
drive you away.
I actually like it a little
Okay,
on the
well,
cold side, so
Maybe
thank
it
you.
will kill the coronavirus, or maybe
Yes,
not. I don't know.
yes.
I don't know. Maybe it's the opposite.
Well, joking aside, on the coronavirus, COVID-19, as you know, the World Health Organization has officially declared it a pandemic.
Mhm.
And Merkel, the Chancellor of Germany, was on the news today saying that she expects 2/3 of the population to get infected. So this is, a pandemic that's going to affect the world in its whole. And I'm particularly concerned about NDG Côte-Neige because we have a very diversified population. We have international students here going to U of M, Concordia.
Mhm.
And it kind of touches on the police station to a certain degree because it's about the infrastructure that we have in place as it relates to the civil authorities to respond to a crisis. And I'm concerned because when we look at this disease, the dynamic,
virus, yeah.
the virus, excuse me, I apologize to stand corrected. The problem with this virus is that it heavily taxes the healthcare system, and actions need to be implemented early to prevent its spread. So I'm just like, I know this is not necessarily a city responsibility, it's the province that deals with these issues. But on the street, right, your representatives, you represent us, there's the civil service, obviously, there's the police, and I'm just curious, like, is NDG, CDN having conversations as it relates to, okay, we have this crisis that's coming, there's a good feasibility for it's going to impact us, and thinking it's not going to impact us, I think it's a dangerous proposition, right?
Okay.
So the question is, it's all about having these local infrastructures in place for us to support the population. The question is, are we having these conversations? Are we getting ready for this? What is the position of the council? What are you guys doing in order to address this?
Okay. Thank you for the question. And of course, it's on everybody's mind. It's in the news everywhere. And sometimes it's difficult to know what the accurate information is. But as you rightly said, it is a provincial jurisdiction, healthcare. But we did get an email today from Public Security in downtown, talking about the that they're aware of it, they're concerned about it, they're developing a plan. But I think, I mean, I read in the Globe and Mail today, Andre Picard is a big health reporter. It's like we just have to wash our hands. We have to stay out of, I forget what he called it, like not social isolation, but social distancing. So like we all shouldn't be here right now. No. So, maybe stop the 2 kiss, the shaking hands, washing your hands, staying away from like vulnerable people, not going to the hospital and if you don't have to. A friend of mine works at the Children's Hospital. She said all the masks have been stolen. They're now under lock and key. So we have to avoid the hysteria. We have to have common sense. It's just, but I know that the public security is going to address it. Magda, did you have something? Okay.
Yeah, so on sort of, I'm really proud tonight to see people come out supporting, our local police
okay,
station.
You can't ask about the police station.
I'm not asking about the police station. It's back again. It's related to the virus and the preparations or plans that we can do as a neighbor, as a community to prepare for it. Like, we shouldn't panic. Clearly, we shouldn't have hysteria related to the issue. But as you know, the vulnerable populations are older people, 65 years and older, those with immune deficiency issues. So, and there's a lot of elderly people within our community. And what may happen is that they're going to be forced into self-isolation to protect themselves from infection. Now, I think, due diligence and preparation from my perspective is we should start thinking about and planning for perhaps how we're going to support and reach out to these people. So I guess my second question is very much like my first question is, is this something that the council is going to start thinking, okay, how do we engage the community? How do we address this issue? If this becomes a concern, how are we going to respond?
Well, again, it's a question of jurisdiction, and it isn't a municipal responsibility. It's the province, which takes care of healthcare. So, I mean, we can do things like make people aware of what they should be doing and what they shouldn't be doing. But I think ultimately it comes from the health department of the province, unless anyone else has something to...
No, I want only to reinforce what the mayor said. So it's in fact, we have to continue to have good habits, so not to shake the hands, to wash your hands. And of course, the best solution is not to go in the public spaces. So for the people...
Like this?
I agree,
yeah,
but
exactly.
it's right now, we are in contact with le ministère de la Santé and le service de la santé publique de Montréal, so everything is okay. So they don't say don't go to the public spaces, but if you are older or you have a health problem, it's better to stay at home. It's like a normal issue about viruses, what you say, des virus de printemps. So it's the same thing you have to take care. So, but we will stay informed and we will keep you aware about what happens. So don't worry.
Mr.
We are
Press?
in control.
I'll just add,
and I forget to say, sorry. So the city actually took some measurements concerning the public servants because we need them. Okay, we need them to work. We need them to be at work actually. So they have an internal procedure what to do in case somebody will get sick, and you know very well. So we suspend all trips outside the Canada during this period for the public servant.
Mr. Perez?
And just to add, I think you bring a very relevant issue. And I share the comments from my colleagues where all levels of government have a role to play. obviously federal when it comes to impact of overseas access, border control, provincial as obviously the main level of government with regard to health, and that's why the Minister of Health has been giving regular updates. But the city is the one who, at the end of the day, will feel the brunt if something does go awry. The administration heightened their alert because within the city of Montreal, we do have a service de sécurité civile that's in collaboration between the fire department and the SPVM, among others, and they're on an alert status, which means there's nothing immediate for them to be done, but they are more aware, as mentioned by Mrs. Papiano, internal communications for the services. I obviously hope that the administration will share more information in due time, because I'm sure they will, with the elected officials, with the population, as things escalate. Because you're right, they will escalate, unfortunately. We're very fortunate that here in Canada, we haven't, had anything like a lot of other countries, but things will happen. This is unfortunately a pandemic. So I think that as things happen, you'll see that the city will get more involved. There's a famous saying, I don't know who it was who said it, but if you want to get something done, speak to your mayor. That's who at the end of the day is going to have to deal with crisis management on the ground. We see it, for example, with the floods that occurred every spring, but last year most notably. And these are the type of things. So we have plans in place. We're going to have to obviously adapt, adjust. And the fact that we know that the Jewish General is a focal point in case there is some kind of attack makes it even more relevant to be aware.
Excellent.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Madame Delaney, did she? Oh yeah, you're here. You're passing. Okay. Mr. Savard.
Bonsoir.
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 Oui, ça marche.
Ça marche?
Oui.
Ça marche plus, ça marche plus. Vous m'entendez? Oui?
Oui.
OK. Je suis content ce soir, j'ai entendu des mots qui ont aidé mes arguments. Vous avez parlé d'accès au logement, de réno-éviction. J'habite l'arrondissement depuis 2017. J'y travaille depuis 2015. Petit bébé, il y a 1 an, super content. Vendre du bloc, 3 mois plus tard où j'habite. Les mesures changent. On nous impose une application quelconque. On refuse. En septembre, on commence à se faire offrir des choses. 3 mois gratuits. Voudriez-vous quitter avant la fin de votre bail? Il y a des gens qui vont un peu à la pêche. J'entends dire des gens qui habitent depuis 40 ans là. Il paraît qu'ils veulent subdiviser. Ils veulent faire des 1,5. On habite sur la rue Ridgewood. Le bloc compte 51 appartements. Présentement, 75% des locataires ont accepté l'offre. On est environ une dizaine à avoir résisté. Je travaille à 30 minutes de mon logement. Je suis un peu émotif, pardon. Ma copine travaille aussi dans l'arrondissement. C'est pourquoi on a choisi de venir vivre ici. C'est le fun, vous les encouragez à rénover. Mais d'un autre côté, vous faites partie du problème et de la solution parce que vous les autorisez à rénover, mais ça peut amener, comme vous avez dit, la réno-éviction, qui fait beaucoup les médias présentement. Hein, c'est très populaire. C'est dommage, j'ai une caméra qui est là et elle ne tourne pas. Mais peut-être qu'Infoman va s'occuper de moi. On fait quoi? Il y a une audition le 3 avril. Ils nous ont pris cas par cas. Ils ont démoli le bloc un par un. Ils ne nous ont pas pris regroupés parce que de faire un groupe, c'est plus difficile. Donc, il y a 6 personnes qui ont porté plainte officiellement à la Régie du logement, mais je ne faisais pas partie de ça parce que j'ai repoussé les échéanciers avec eux par courriel, beaucoup de communication, beaucoup de preuves d'offres tirées, faites. Donc, c'est un peu long, pardon. Nous, on a décidé de rester, puis je vais aller me présenter aussi le 3 avril à la séance parce que moi, j'ai acheté 1 an de plus en les faisant repousser. Il y a même une personne qui a reçu une lettre d'éviction. Le numéro 20, Mehdi. J'ai 4 personnes qui sont venues au mois de janvier cogner à ma porte. Une madame fait 20 ans qu'elle reste là. Qu'est-ce que je vais faire? Des gens sans ressources qui sont vulnérables. Est-ce que l'arrondissement, ensuite, j'ai vu M. Alexandre Bessner, à la dernière Conseil, qui a demandé un moratoire sur l'émission des permis de subvention appartements qui requièrent pour interdire les rénovations, quoi. Je suis inquiet. Je suis inquiet aussi pour le filet social de notre arrondissement. Je suis inquiet par ces prédateurs immobiliers, pour les nommer Hill Park Capital, que l'œil, un organisme de locataires de l'arrondissement, j'ai appelé la petite madame, Sandy, de son prénom, qui est super gentille. Elle me dit, on les connaît, ils ont fait ça l'année passée avec un bloc sur la même rue. Alors pourquoi des prédateurs comme ça, qui ont déjà fait ça, qui sont connus des regroupements, reçoivent encore des autorisations de cela? Alors, est-ce qu'il y aura un moratoire émis sur ça? Il y a 2 jours, l'arrondissement sud-ouest, arrête de baisser le son, l'arrondissement sud-ouest, si tu veux, je vais parler plus loin. L'arrondissement sud-ouest le maire, votre homonyme, a dit il y a 2 jours qu'il ferait un conseil extraordinaire pour parler de ce problème-là.
Oui.
Est-ce que vous comptez enclencher des précurseurs comme eux, qui sont même à l'instar du gouvernement du Québec, de la Régie du logement, pour encadrer ça? Parce qu'on est en train de vider Côte-des-Neiges et Montréal, avec même le Airbnb que M. Perez a soulevé.
Merci.
On est en train de vider la vie familiale de notre ville.
Oui, merci. Oui, j'ai beaucoup de... Oui. Alors, malheureusement, oui, j'ai beaucoup de sympathie pour vous et toutes les jeunes familles, des jeunes qui cherchent un appartement, qui cherchent de garder un logement ici. C'est un grand problème parce que nous sommes devenus comme Toronto, Vancouver. Alors, tout le monde, oui. Alors, le problème, c'est les choses concernant le logement, c'est provincial. C'est vraiment le régie logement. Et lorsque le bâtiment est privé, il n'y a pas grand-chose qu'on peut faire pour éviter des rénovations comme ça. La seule chose que vous pouvez faire, c'est, à mon avis,
mais d'autres arrondissements vont prendre des mesures à l'instar de vous ici qui ne bougez pas.
Mais,
vous me dites que c'est le gouvernement du Québec. Là, je me sens laissé tomber par ma communauté.
Oui, je comprends. Et
j'ai rien volé. J'ai signé un bail il y a 3 ans au marché. Le marché, en 3 ans, a pris 600 $.
Mais est-ce qu'on peut répondre? Oui, je comprends. Alors, on a un politique maintenant à la ville de 20-20-20. Ça ne aide pas des gens comme vous, mais on essaie de garder des logements abordables, sociaux et pour les familles aussi. Alors, peut-être Mme Propiano qui était... elle s'occupe des logements, le dossier de logement à la ville. Peut-être elle peut faire le commentaire sur la rénovation.
Merci merci pour votre question. Et c'est une grande... tout le débat que vous avez amené, il a beaucoup de substance. Bien sûr que nous sommes très, très inquiets. Et vous l'avez très, très bien dit, on peut faire des choses. Donc, peut-être que je ne me suis pas assez clairement expliqué quand je disais le 3e volet de rénovation des bâtiments de plus que 6 logements. C'est d'offrir une possibilité aux propriétaires responsables de rénover leurs bâtiments, mais de garder l'abordabilité, parce que la ville leur donne de l'argent, mais en contrepartie, ils doivent maintenir le même niveau de loyer. C'est un outil qu'on a trouvé. De l'autre côté,
on parle de subdivision, on ne parle pas de rénovation.
Non, je vous ai compris. Le rénoviction, c'est quand un propriétaire fait des rénovations. Pour faire des rénovations, il faut venir à l'arrondissement chercher un permis. Et nous sommes d'accord là. D'ailleurs, ce soir même, il y en a un projet de ce genre de rénovation presque démolition sur Victoria au coin de la Combe et je veux voter contre. Donc, c'est de transformer un 10 logements qui sont plutôt familiales, donc qui sont plus grands, en 24 petits 440 pieds carrés. Ça s'appelle de la rénoviction. Je veux voter contre. Puis, nous avons des outils réglementaire quand ce genre de permis arrive. Donc, le milieu s'est mobilisé, il y a une ouverture de registre référendaire, donc les citoyens travaillent. Donc, moi, je crois beaucoup dans la mobilisation citoyenne. Vous mobilisez pour un poste de police, mobilisons-nous aussi pour garder des logements. Donc, je vous invite, je vais prendre vos coordonnées, on va rester en contact.
Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup. Marie-Paul Dagenet. Est-ce qu'elle est toujours là ici? Marie-Paul? Non, elle a quitté. Carl Hamilton. And then Ian Craig. Adam Wertheimer. Antonella Nizola. Lindsay Morrison and Tanya Eichhoff. Hello, Mr. Hamilton. Good evening.
Capitalism is dead. So says multi.
Can you come a bit closer, please? I don't know. The mic doesn't seem to work that well.
Capitalism is dead. So says multi-billionaire Salesforce CEO Mark Benioff. The world has gone mad and the system is broken, states Ray Dalio, another multi-billionaire and co-chairman of the world's largest hedge fund. Our borough and city's overpriced housing market is one manifestation of this broken down capitalism. Apartment availability is being reduced by rent evictions and Airbnb units, thus contributing to rising rental prices that exceed the rate of inflation. But a new threat to moderate and reasonable apartment prices has emerged. The Globe and Mail reports that institutional investors and global private equity firms seeking income through rising rents want in on the rush for Canadian rentals. Swedish multinational Achilles has recently bought around 50 apartment buildings in Montreal, about half of which are in our borough. A recent Gazette article headlined, quote, "Disruptive renovations intended to push us out," Outremont tenants say. Building residents have been without heat for 2 weeks and have a long list of complaints, they say, owner Achilles has been slow to respond to, unquote. The article goes on to report that renovated units will cost around double what existing tenants are paying. Some Toronto tenants have had similar experiences and claim that neglecting to do repairs is an effort by Achilles to try to get them to move out.
And your question, please?
Just 2 more sentences.
Okay.
The formula seems to be reduce services, neglect repairs, induce long-term tenants to move out, then renovate to elevate rents and profits. The internet is littered with negative comments about Achilles. Question for Lucy Bedard. Approximately how many permits representing approximately how many units does Achilles currently have?
Mr. Hamilton, could you just repeat? It's the company Achilles. This is the Swedish company?
It's a Swedish multinational.
And it's bought how many buildings in our
borough? It's around 25.
25 apartment buildings?
Apartment buildings, yes.
Okay.
So
I'm not sure we would have that information at our fingertips, but we can follow up with you to find out. How do you spell their name?
It's AK.
AK?
AKEL. IUS.
Achilles. Okay.
I'd be happy to talk to you after the meeting because I have some other documentation about Achilles.
Okay.
But I spoke to Ms. Bedard before the meeting, and
Okay, well, I'll give her a chance to respond if you want. Madame Bedard, savez-vous combien de permis on a donné? I don't think she would have that at her fingertips, but.
Je ne peux pas vous dire exactement le nombre de permis qu'on a émis dans la dernière année, par exemple. On émet 2000 permis par année, là, donc Achilles, c'est quand même un grand propriétaire de notre arrondissement.
Oui.
Effectivement, on a régulièrement des demandes de ce grand propriétaire qui transforme des logements, comme vous l'avez bien exprimé. Alors, on peut faire les recherches pour vous donner l'information pour la dernière année, là, si cela vous intéresse. Peut-être vous pourrez nous laisser votre question
Is that what you
Plus
would?
précise.
We can find out the number of permits for the last year if that's what you
All
want.
right. Well, I did a
Is
little.
that, would you like that or?
Sure.
Okay.
And also, if she could get me, I'd like to know of all the permits for apartment buildings, around what percentage are going for
Okay,
Achilles?
Mr. Hamilton, you have to ask me the
Oh,
question.
sorry,
okay?
sorry, sorry.
Yeah.
Around what percentage are going to Achilles?
Okay. The percentage of all the apartments in the borough?
Yes, because I just from walking around the borough, getting around by bus,
Okay.
I don't see many permits put it on the front doors of other apartment buildings. It's basically almost all the ones I see are for Achilles.
Okay.
So I'm
so
guessing.
we'll, okay.
Yeah.
So you want to know the percentage of apartments that?
In terms of permits, so
Okay.
let's pretend
Okay.
the borough has issued 100 permits for apartment buildings.
Okay.
For renovations. What percentage are going to
Achilles? Okay.
yes.
All right.
And also
We'll-
units.
We'll have to do a bit of research on that.
All right.
Did you have a second
Yes,
question?
I do.
Yeah.
Second question for Lina Perez, Sue Montgomery, and Christian Arsenault. In that order, please. Given record high household debt of $2.28 trillion, 2/3 of which is mortgage debt, and quite low short and long-term interest rates, is our overvalued housing market, that would be our borough, downtown, and Griffintown, broken, or is it operating in a rational and sustainable manner? Please explain if your answer is other than broken.
Well, I think it's a very complex question that I can't answer in 90 seconds. What I will say is a part of the solution is to have more new units. We need more rental units available. We need to densify a lot of our projects to be able to offer greater supply. When you offer greater supply, right, then prices will tend to go down. Right now, because there's a lot of demand, because yes, some of them are foreigners, so that increases demand. And relatively speaking, when you compare Montreal to other cities throughout the world, we're quite affordable. But what we should want to try and do with a lot of other measures, and I'm not saying it's the only measure, but there's a lot of other things that we can do, that we are doing, but one of the elements I think is to ensure to have greater supply. That I think will be a tremendous way to be able to keep things under control. Very quickly, one example, Houston. Houston has incredible demographic growth over the last 10, 15 years, and they don't have a housing crisis. Why? Because it's very quick to be able to, in fact, build. Now, I don't know about their urban landscape in terms of their architecture and whatnot, but it's a relatively newer city, so they have less challenges like that. But one thing's for sure is the pricing is still very affordable, notwithstanding the incredible growth, both in terms of the economy as well as to the population.
Although then you have to live in Houston, so there's that trade-off. But I agree with my colleague that we need to build more, and I think the policy that the city has adopted for having, you know, affordable housing included in the 2020 and new construction is a good one. But one of the problems that we have in this borough is we have a GRT they're the ones that are in charge of building the social housing. We don't build the social housing, they do. And so we need I think those organizations need to function better and faster to build to like Mr. Perez said, to get more housing out there. I mean, we have a shortage right now. People can't find apartments, they can't find houses. So, and the problem with that is it sends people out to the boonies, you know, the suburbs, which creates more traffic, and you know it all adds up. So yeah, I think it's a question of supply and demand right now. I mean, I'm hearing crazy things that they're bidding wars on houses in Montreal, which is unheard of. You know, so we need to get more units built, and especially rental.
Let it never be said that councilors and elected officials from different parties on this borough council don't agree once in a while, at least. I'd like to say that I think I agree with about 90% of what was just said, but without wanting to rehash or to dive into what is clearly a tremendously complex issue, because we're talking about a market that has trillions of dollars worth of value. Whether you agree that that's an accurate assessment of the value or not, that we won't get into that. The short answer to your question is that I do think that the housing market is broken. I don't think most people are aware of that right now, and to be completely honest, I have absolutely no clue what to do about it. I think it's an issue that goes way beyond municipal capacities. We can support affordable housing. We can support social housing as much as we can. We can try to use zoning and our bylaws to encourage infill development and different forms of affordable housing, whether it's owned or rental. But at the end of the day, this is a national problem. We have a national housing market in many respects. The money is moving around everywhere. We have investments in real estate from multinationals, as you said, and it's not at the city level that we'll be able to solve this. It's all levels of government working together and having a paradigm shift, and we don't see that yet.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Hamilton.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Craig, is he still here? Mr. Craig? No, he left. Okay. Adam Wertheimer, hi.
Hi, I'm just going to preface my question by alluding to something that you guys actually just talked about.
Okay.
In the sense that I think that everyone sitting here in the front all agrees on their views on mobility, on urbanism, and social justice, and I would just like to appreciate that. We have a united front in that sense, at least. I also believe that in terms of administration, Projet Montréal is the first administration, at least in my lifetime, that is finally looking at active and public transportation from an investment standpoint instead of just an expenditure. But my question is, if you look at what's happening island-wide, for example, in the borough of Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie, you have an extensive plan de vélo, which includes, I think, 60 or 70 kilometers of protected bike infrastructure that anyone would feel comfortable riding with their kid, their grandma, anyone, maybe their pets, I don't know. Meanwhile, in NDG, we have seen essentially not much of a change in the 2 years and a half. So my question goes more out to the NDG side, so I'd be the mayoress to Councillors McQueen and Arsenault. Do you guys have any concrete plans to extend or at least to better connect the current bike network in NDG?
Absolutely. I mean, I'm a cyclist. I cycle everywhere. I want to see more bike paths. What you have to remember in Rosemont-Petite-Patrie is they've had a mayor from Projet Montréal for two terms now. François has been there. So, you know, these things take time to get rolling. But I want to see bike paths everywhere. We managed to, what we also are trying to do is hook up with westbound. So we've managed to do that on NDG Avenue.
Yeah.
But yeah, so it's, you know, it's moving, but we're getting there. And one of the other things we're doing for pedestrians, obviously, is more of the widening the sidewalks so that when we do redo roads, we widen the sidewalk now. Curb extensions, so to cross the street is a shorter period of time. The four-way crossings, which is safer. So we're working on it, for sure. Peter, did you have something to add?
Yes, thanks a lot for coming and asking the question, Adam. Good on you, and it's fine to compare with some of the boroughs over on the other side of the mountain where a lot of progress has been made. You know, in NDG, of course, east-west bike paths are extremely important. That's where most of the traffic is going east-west. And of course, the big hole is, you know, Terrebonne. And we got something down on NDG Avenue. We got some de Maisonneuve, of course. We have something up on Fielding. NDG Avenue to Fielding is a 4-block gap. So right in the middle of that is Terrebonne. And I know that our services are preparing to work on Terrebonne. They've been studying it. there's talk of making it one way for cars in order to fit the bicycle path. So it's an important project, and hopefully it's going to be this summer, if not the summer after.
Thank you very much. Oh, sorry.
Thank
Mr.
you for-
Arsenault?
Thank you for the question. We discussed this a couple of weeks ago between the two of us, so I appreciated when you came to visit the office then to discuss it. I appreciate the question now. What I've spoken about before, I think I may have mentioned it in a response at the last council meeting, is that what we want to do first and foremost is also create a data baseline. There's a lot of skepticism among residents, and not just in NDG, but everywhere, regarding the effectiveness of safe bike infrastructure. And when you make that shift from roads that are more or less just for cars to more shared spaces for different kinds of transportation. So I have yet to see the results of our data collection from last year. I'm very much looking forward to it, just as I'm very much looking forward to seeing the plans for this year to further secure NDG's existing network. We actually have a reasonably complete network if you count the lines that are painted on the ground, which is not actually that much safer. It increases sentiments of security. It doesn't always increase security. So from the beginning, what I've told people is that while I understand that NDGers are skeptical, they might be a little reluctant to move quickly, I do take my inspiration from what's being done on the other side of the mountain, because especially in Rosemont, they're the gold standard. They've demonstrated what's possible. They've demonstrated that many people's fear of change when it comes to deciding to use our public space and our road space differently. Most people's fear of change gives way to the realization that, oh, wow, yeah, this is actually great for the neighborhood. This is actually really beneficial. I was worried. I realize now that I didn't have to be worried. And that's what I'm hoping we'll be able to show NDG.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
I had a follow-up question.
Oh, yeah,
So-
sorry. Yeah.
This isn't about the police station closure, but the blocks around it. So whether or not the closure ends up happening, that block on Summerled, if you look at the way it's configured right now, it's a super wide road. You've got a school zone, you've got pedestrian crossings, and of course the police station. But despite the police station, you've got people going way over the speed limit, not stopping at pedestrian crossings, and so on. So whether or not that closure ends up happening, would you commit, and I guess it'd be more for Councillor Arsenault or Mayor Montgomery, because that's your neighborhood, would either of you commit to having some kind of discussion with members of that special area or that community in terms of mitigation for if the closure happens? Obviously the problem will get worse, but even if it doesn't happen, the problem that is still there.
Yeah, thank you very much. I just want to remind you I'm the mayor of the whole borough, not just NDG. So my neighborhood is everywhere.
Yeah.
I'm always open to meet with people. My door's always open. I'm happy to sit down with residents and talk about solutions, because we don't have all the answers. And I think there's a lot of very smart, innovative people in this community that can share their knowledge with us.
We don't have all the answers, but one thing that we do know is that narrowing streets reduces speed. That much has been proven time and time again. So as far as I'm concerned, we need to narrow Summerled. It doesn't need to be as wide as it is right now, and not just in front of the police station. I'm sure anyone who lives in the neighborhood knows that Summerled gets significantly wider between Walkley and Grand. It doesn't have to be that wide. And I think that there's a lot that we could do. We can narrow it and decide what to do with the extra space later, decide what to do with it in consultation with residents. That's a big hope. That's actually something that both Sue and I wanted to do from the beginning of our mandate, and I hope we'll be able to get that done. But as a starting point, narrowing streets slows speeds. It's as simple as that.
Okay, thank you very much for coming. So we have 3 more questions on the police station, and we're almost out of time. Are these people still here? Ms. Nizola, are you still here? No? Ms. Morrison? Yes? No? Gone? And Ms. Eichhoff? Yes. Okay. So we will, I propose that we extend for another, 5 minutes, 10 minutes? whatever. We have one. 5 minutes, 5 minutes. Okay, adopté. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Oh my gosh, are you not freezing?
I have a coat around my shoulder. I'm heralding the spring. It's
Okay.
coming because I'm
Okay.
saying it's coming.
Okay, because I'm frozen. Okay.
Okay, my question is about Station 11, and as a consequence of what's happened, I've found myself obsessively almost reading about municipal politics, which I never really did before, so I'm learning a lot.
Good.
And I mostly feel angry and insulted about the whole thing. It's the lack of transparency and the lack of consultation. I read with great interest that the Hampstead City Council last week voted unanimously on a moratorium for this for a year and for public consultations. And given what I've learned about the way that the infighting in this borough has gone down, and I'm seeing it again tonight with little jabs at our mayor and so forth, I'm very, very curious to know if there will be unanimity tonight on the vote for the moratorium. Mr. Arsenault, you said that you occasionally agree on things. This is something very important for you to agree with and put your petty politics aside. So is there any hope for unanimity?
Well, I will be voting for, but I guess you'll just have to wait for the vote. But does anyone want to comment or wait for the vote?
I imagine we'll be discussing it within the half hour, so stay tuned.
That doesn't give me much hope. Okay, so my second question is, given my own personality is not one that does very well if I'm angry. I'm a person whose fuel is love and compassion and taking care of my family and my neighbors and so forth. And so when I've been hearing, because I'm talking to a lot of people that I know that are very worried about this closure, and a lot of people that I spoke to want to do some kind of a protest rally, and that just doesn't suit me well because we're trying, and who would you be protesting anyway? Are we protesting the cops for leaving? Like, it doesn't make sense, right? So I've proposed that we do instead some kind of a love-in, like a party, a thank you, and in particular, if we are losing Station 11 because the lease is expired and no hope from these three, that we're going to have a unanimity tonight. I would like to invite you all to the party that we're going to throw for Station 11. We're going to get a permit in Confederation Park because it's right close to Station 11. You're all invited to say thank you to Station 11, in particular to the cops who have unfortunately chosen to take their retirement. So you're more than welcome to come, and you'll be invited shortly. So I hope that that you can, and if this is something that interests you in particular, Mayor Montgomery, would I be able to contact you to make sure that we do this properly?
Do I have to wear a dress?
No.
No, I'm joking. Are we going to wait till the weather's warmer? No.
Yes, certainly.
Okay. Yeah, absolutely. I'm up for a party.
Great.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think, I think it's very important to show our appreciation for the police. The police brass told me, in fact, that there were a lot of officers against this and that they will be taking their early retirement because they don't want to leave our station. So, okay, so that's it for the question period. Thank you all very much for coming and for your interest and your engagement, and it's all very important. Now we will go to 10.5B. 10.5B. Alors, this is, so I'll just preface this in English for those of you that speak English. I suspended our borough director for 17 days, and as per the rules, the law, I have to present a report to council. So this is my report. So, les faits. L'article 52 de la loi sur les cités et villes stipule: le maire ou la mairesse exerce...
Excuse me, Madam Mayor, do we have a paper copy? Or
Madame Harris, do we have other copies of this, please? Okay. If you want to point. Want to make a copy? Hein? On peut faire, OK, on prend un petit pause et puis on revient. 5 minutes, je propose. OK, suspension. Merci. Alors, mesdames, messieurs, on va reprendre. S'il vous plaît, prenez place. On veut avoir silence dans la salle, s'il vous plaît. Alors, je vais lire, excusez-moi, en arrière de la salle, on va reprendre. Merci. On a besoin de silence. Alors, je vais lire le rapport de la mairesse concernant les 2 suspensions de M. Stéphane Plante. Fait, l'article 52 de la loi sur les cités et villes stipule: la mairesse exerce le droit de surveillance, d'investigation et de contrôle sur tous les départements et les fonctionnaires ou employés de la municipalité, à l'exception de vérificateur général, et voit spécialement à ce que les revenus de la municipalité soient perçus et dépensés suivant la loi, et à ce que les dispositions de la loi, les règlements et les ordonnances du Conseil soient fidèlement et impartialement mis à exécution. Il soumet au Conseil tout projet qu'il croit nécessaire ou utile et lui communique toute information et suggestion relative à l'amélioration des finances de la police, de la santé, de la sûreté, de la propriété, au bien-être et au progrès de la municipalité. Dans l'exercice de ses fonctions comme chef exécutif de l'administration municipale, la mairesse ou le maire a droit en tout temps de suspendre un fonctionnaire ou employé de la municipalité à l'exception de vérificateur général, mais elle doit faire rapport au Conseil à la séance qui suit cette suspension et exposer ses motifs par écrit. Le fonctionnaire ou employé suspendu ne doit recevoir aucun traitement pour la période pendant laquelle il est suspendu, à moins que le Conseil n'en décide autrement sur cette suspension, et celle-ci n'est valide que jusqu'à cette séance. Le ouvert le 11 février 2020, j'ai informé M. Stéphane Plante que suite à l'obtention d'un avis juridique, j'avais complété mon analyse des faits concernant les allégations de harcèlement psychologique par ma directrice de cabinet et que conséquemment, il n'y avait plus lieu de maintenir la consigne selon laquelle que ma directrice de cabinet ne pouvait plus communiquer avec fonctionnaires. Le 26-2020, je devais tenir ma rencontre statutaire avec M. Plante, rencontre à laquelle Mme Guylaine Goudreau participait également à l'invitation de M. Plante. La rencontre statutaire est un moyen important par lequel j'échange avec le directeur d'arrondissement concernant les dossiers de l'arrondissement. Cette rencontre se tient chaque semaine. C'est une manière que j'exerce mon droit de surveillance, d'investigation et de contrôle prévu par la loi sur les cités et villes. J'ai demandé à ma directrice de cabinet de m'accompagner afin de prendre des notes. M. Plante a alors exigé que la directrice de cabinet quitte. J'ai expliqué à M. Plante que ma directrice de cabinet n'était là que pour prendre des notes, non pas pour s'adresser à celui-ci. M. Plante s'est levé et a quitté la rencontre. J'estime que c'est un acte d'insubordination grave, d'autant plus que cela s'est déroulé devant Mme Gaudreau. M. Plante est le premier fonctionnaire de l'arrondissement et il doit me tenir informé sur les dossiers de l'arrondissement. En refusant d'obéir à mes directives, il me prive d'informations et m'empêche d'exercer mes fonctions prévues par la loi sur les cités et villes. La loi prévoit prévoit que si un employé n'est pas d'accord avec la décision de mairesse ou de la mairesse, du maire ou de la mairesse, excuse-moi, il devait obéir d'abord et contester ensuite. Je lui ai parvenu l'avis disciplinaire suivant. Et je lis pas le courriel, mais j'ai envoyé un courriel à lui. Est-ce qu'il faut le lire tous? Non? OK. Alors, malgré cet avis, le 27 février 2020, M. Plante m'avise qu'aucun fonctionnaire ne sera présent à la rencontre préparatoire où les fonctionnaires présentent les dossiers qui seront à l'ordre du jour de la prochaine séance de conseil d'arrondissement si la directrice de cabinet y est, vu les recommandations du contrôleur général pendant l'enquête. Après, alors que le caucus devait normalement débuter, M. Plante, ayant constaté la présence de la directrice de cabinet, décide de quitter la salle, amenant avec lui l'ensemble des directeurs. Ainsi, le conseil d'arrondissement a été privé d'informations nécessaires pour exercer le rôle démocratique d'élu et de prendre des décisions éclairées lors du conseil d'arrondissement. Il s'agit d'un nouvel acte d'insubordination qui a fait l'objet d'une première suspension de 2 jours annoncée ainsi. Et je lui ai envoyé un courriel. Cette suspension de 2 jours prenant fin le 2 mars 2020 à 14 heures. Or, de nouveau, sans autorisation de la mairesse ou du conseil de l'arrondissement, M. Plante a décidé de ne pas se présenter au travail de son propre chef. Conséquemment, une nouvelle suspension, cette fois de 17 jours, a été imposée le 3 mars 2020. Et je lui ai envoyé un courriel de ce sujet. Conclusion. Il est évident que le directeur de l'arrondissement a adopté la position qu'il peut désobéir aux directives claires et non équivoques de la mairesse et priver le conseil d'informations essentielles dans l'exécution de leurs fonctions d'élu. Or, ceci crée un précédent très dangereux pour la future gestion des affaires de l'arrondissement, d'autant plus que l'article 52 de la loi sur les cités et villes ne porte pas à interprétation. Aucun pouvoir n'est ainsi attribué à un autre fonctionnaire de la ville ou de l'arrondissement qui permettra à un fonctionnaire d'ignorer ou de contredire une directive claire de la mairesse. Suivant ces circonstances, la suspension sans solde doit être maintenue afin d'éviter qu'à l'avenir d'autres fonctionnaires disant suivre des directives imposées par d'autres fonctionnaires refusent d'obéir aux élus. C'est tout? Est-ce que je lis le... C'est tout? C'est fini. OK. Alors, voulez-vous un résumé en anglais ou ça va? Ça vous va? OK. Merci. Madame?
Donc, pour le public qui est en salle, vous avez compris qu'on a appris le contenu du rapport aujourd'hui sur le plancher. Nous, comme élus, on n'a pas été informés de la décision de la mairesse. On l'a compris dans les journaux, entre les branches. Puis, je veux être très, très claire ce soir. Nous ne parlons pas pour ou contre le directeur de l'arrondissement. Ce n'est pas un positionnement qui est pour ou qui est contre le directeur de l'arrondissement. La loi nous oblige aussi de ne même pas le nommer si on respecte les lois. Donc, ce soir, on parle en réalité d'un directeur d'arrondissement qui a subi des mesures disciplinaires aléatoires et abusives de la part de la mairesse de l'arrondissement parce qu'il a respecté les recommandations du contrôleur général. Madame Montgomery continue de nous demander d'appliquer une justice parallèle. D'ailleurs, dans son rapport, elle dit à demander un avis juridique d'un avocat privé. Elle est la seule à défendre et en aucun cas, nous ne pouvons pas l'endosser. La mairesse Montgomery a décidé d'appliquer une justice parallèle. Elle punit le directeur d'arrondissement parce qu'il applique les recommandations du contrôleur général afin de protéger les employés d'une situation d'harcèlement. C'est comme ça qu'il faut lire. Encore pire, elle punit une personne identifiée comme victime de harcèlement psychologique, soit le directeur de l'arrondissement, parce qu'il refuse d'interagir avec la personne qui est réputée avoir commis les gestes d'harcèlement à son égard. En décembre dernier, la mairesse a été informée des résultats d'enquêtes rigoureuses et indépendantes qui ont conclu à du harcèlement psychologique de la part de la directrice de cabinet de la mairesse envers 2 fonctionnaires de l'arrondissement et à de l'aveuglement volontaire de la mairesse Montgomery. Elle devait prendre ses responsabilités légales d'employeur et empêcher tout contact entre sa directrice de cabinet et ses victimes, mais elle a refusé de le faire. Au contraire, Mme Montgomery a forcé des interactions entre sa directrice de cabinet et de ses employés d'arrondissement. Elle a choisi de défendre sa directrice de cabinet au lieu de défendre les recommandations du contrôleur général, les victimes de harcèlement, ses responsabilités d'employeur et le bon fonctionnement de l'arrondissement CDNNDG. En demandant au directeur d'arrondissement, le 12 février dernier, d'écrire à tous les fonctionnaires pour les aviser que les recommandations du contrôleur général n'étaient plus applicables, la mairesse a tenté d'utiliser l'autorité du directeur de l'arrondissement pour s'implanter un système de justice parallèle. C'est sa justice. Ce n'est pas la justice qui règle la ville de Montréal. Tout en obligeant une victime de harcèlement psychologique à être en contact avec la personne identifiée comme ayant perpétué du harcèlement à son égard. Madame Montgomery s'acharne à défendre sa directrice de cabinet et elle nous demande ce soir de laisser tomber les dizaines de personnes qui ont courageusement témoigné dans le cadre des enquêtes que la ville a menées. La bataille de Mme Montgomery n'est pas héroïque, elle est inconsciente. Tous les employés de l'arrondissement ont le droit de refuser d'être en présence d'une personne ayant commis du harcèlement psychologique et nous devons incarner une politique de tolérance zéro. Quand le directeur a quitté la pièce dans laquelle se trouvait la directrice de cabinet accusée de tenir des comportements assimilables à du harcèlement, il a appliqué en réalité les recommandations du contrôleur général. Il se protégeait et protégeait aussi les employés qui l'accompagnaient. La mairesse de l'arrondissement a choisi de le punir en le suspendant 2 jours alors qu'il exerçait son plein droit. Le contrôleur général est intervenu pour calmer une escalade de tension et a recommandé au directeur général de l'arrondissement de ne pas retourner sur son lieu de travail, ce qu'il a respecté. Encore une fois, la mairesse de l'arrondissement a puni le directeur général pour avoir suivi les règles et lui a infligé cette fois-ci une 2e sanction de 17 jours. Nous ne pouvons d'aucune façon cautionner ces mesures disciplinaires aléatoires et abusives envers le directeur de l'arrondissement. Les actions de la mairesse paralysent. J'ai toute la responsabilité. Elle paralyse l'arrondissement et perpétue un climat de travail toxique. L'obstination de la mairesse a causé le départ d'une employée de son cabinet, a forcé une autre fonctionnaire à rester en congé avec solde depuis des semaines, même des mois, et oblige l'arrondissement à fonctionner sans directeur. Contrairement à ce que affirme la mairesse Montgomery, l'arrondissement continue d'être paralysé. Pour la première fois depuis mon arrivée en poste, il y a 6 ans, nous n'avons pas été en mesure d'avoir notre rencontre préparatoire pour ce conseil. et la qualité du travail dans l'ensemble de l'arrondissement en est grandement affectée. Bien sûr, les fonctionnaires font tout en leur pouvoir pour maintenir les services de base et avancer les dossiers en cours, et nous tenons à saluer leur résilience. Mais pour amener l'arrondissement aux attentes des citoyens, nous avons besoin de stabilité, nous avons besoin d'une mairesse qui agit dans l'intérêt des citoyennes et des citoyens et non dans son intérêt personnel. Sue Montgomery préfère et s'entête de garder sa chef de cabinet plutôt que de garantir la sécurité des employés de l'arrondissement et l'avancement des dossiers qui sont si chers à nos concitoyens. Je vous ai dit, aujourd'hui, nous ne faisons pas le procès du directeur de l'arrondissement. La question que nous avons devant nous est à savoir si nous jugeons qu'une suspension sans solde du directeur d'arrondissement est justifiée et si le processus a été suivi en bonne et due forme. Et la réponse est non. Le directeur d'arrondissement ne peut pas être accusé d'insubordination s'il applique les recommandations du contrôleur général et fait ce que la mairesse refuse de faire afin de protéger ses employés. Nous ne pouvons pas nous soumettre à une justice parallèle, la justice de Sue Montgomery.
Quelqu'un d'autre? Non?
Monsieur Perez?
Merci, Madame la mairesse. Vous savez, lorsque on suspend quelqu'un, c'est une mesure disciplinaire qui est des plus graves. Notamment lorsqu'on parle du directeur d'arrondissement, qui est le premier fonctionnaire de l'arrondissement. Et avant de prendre ce choix, d'effectuer cette décision, il faut absolument s'assurer que c'est un choix judicieux, qu'il est mérité, qu'il y a une conséquence qui est très précise des faits qui ont amené à cette décision. Et dans les faits de ce qui a été rapporté par Madame Montgomery, c'est que Monsieur le directeur d'arrondissement a tout simplement voulu faire respecter les recommandations du contrôleur général concernant une situation de ressources humaines ici en arrondissement. Alors la question qui se pose, ça devient un débat juridique. Madame la mairesse s'appuie sur la loi disant que, en tant que mairesse, le directeur d'arrondissement répond à la mairesse et au conseil sur ces enjeux-là. Et lorsqu'il n'y suit pas ces instructions, c'est l'insubordination. Pour moi, l'insubordination, c'est quand c'est quelque chose qui est fait, qui est non justifié et qui est grave. Dans ce cas-ci, le directeur d'arrondissement a tout simplement voulu faire respecter les recommandations du contrôleur général. Madame Montgomery affirme, elle allègue comme quoi le contrôleur général n'a aucune compétence sur ces enjeux-là et n'a pas de pouvoir sur ces enjeux ici en arrondissement. C'est pour cela que Madame la mairesse a décidé d'aller en cours pour justement essayer d'obtenir le rapport intégral concernant l'enquête qui a eu lieu sur le climat de travail en arrondissement. Je ne pense pas que ni le directeur d'arrondissement ou ni les fonctionnaires devraient payer les conséquences, les contre-coups de ce débat juridique, de cette différence d'interprétation entre à qui est-ce que doit répondre un directeur d'arrondissement ou n'importe quel fonctionnaire. Malheureusement, dans ces circonstances-là, c'est le directeur d'arrondissement qui, de bonne foi, je le crois, a voulu tout simplement faire respecter les recommandations. On peut être en désaccord avec les recommandations. On peut dire qu'ils ne sont pas justifiés. Mais avant de décider de suspendre, je pense qu'il faut mettre ça sur la balance avant de prendre cette décision-là. Dans ces circonstances-là, je suis content que Mme la mairesse a décidé d'aller en cours parce que la situation ne peut pas perdurer. Il y a effectivement un malaise. Il y a effectivement une tension. Et il est vrai que il y a des dossiers qui n'avancent pas à la même vitesse qu'ils devraient à cause de cette situation qui cause une distraction, un ralentissement au sein de la fonction publique. De plus, si on veut pousser cette logique à sa finalité, ben, monsieur le directeur d'arrondissement n'était pas le seul qui s'est levé pour justement faire respecter les recommandations du contrôleur général. Il y a des personnes dans cette salle qui sont à cette table qui l'ont fait également. Eux également ne sont pas suspendus. Alors, ça dit quelque chose. On ne peut pas avoir une justice à deux mesures sur ces enjeux-là. Je pense que c'est une triste situation devant laquelle nous faisons face en tant que conseiller d'arrondissement, en tant qu'élu. Ce n'est certainement pas une façon qu'on veut traiter. Et à la fin de la journée, oui, les élus ont leur rôle. Ils sont là pour représenter la population. Ils ont tout à fait un mandat légitime, mais nous avons des partenaires avec la fonction publique. Et nous devons nous assurer de pouvoir collaborer et travailler avec eux. Dans certains cas, ce n'est pas possible. Il y a des façons de faire. Il y a des ententes qui peuvent être trouvées. Mais dans l'absence d'une situation où on peut trouver une certaine sérénité, ce n'est pas la façon qu'il faut procéder. Je ne suis pas à l'aise avec la suspension, aucunement. Je pense que cela n'avantage pas l'arrondissement. Cela ne va pas améliorer la situation vers le futur. Ça va tout simplement créer plus de tensions. J'ai dit, ça fait plusieurs semaines et mois, que devant la situation que Mme Montgomery avait décidé, que je collaborerai avec elle, nonobstant nos différends sur la façon de procéder sur cet enjeu-là. Mais j'ai toujours dit que je ne donnerai jamais un chèque en blanc sur ces enjeux-là. Je peux faire la part des choses. Je peux effectivement être en désaccord avec sa décision, tout en pouvant travailler avec elle pour un dossier comme le PDQ 11, ainsi que d'autres. Je pense que devant ces circonstances-là, le conseil d'arrondissement devrait demander la réintégration immédiate de M. Stéphane Plante, directeur de l'arrondissement de Côte-des-Neiges Notre-Dame-de-Grâce, et les suspensions n'étant plus valides à partir de ce jour-là, et de demander que M. Stéphane Plante soit rémunéré pour toute la période au cours de laquelle il a été suspendu. J'envoierai à Maître Reeves les motifs que j'ai mentionnés tantôt par écrit. Je les ai préparés par écrit pour qu'ils puissent faire partie du procès verbal. Merci.
Je vous enverrai aussi de la même manière les motifs pour lesquels j'appuie la motion de M. Pérez. La proposition. Si vous me permettez, je la seconde.
Si vous me permettez, je vais également intervenir sur ce dépôt. I wish to echo in English what my colleague Popianu said in French for those who are here who are more comfortable in English, as well as those watching at home. What we're talking about tonight is a borough director who has been subjected to random and abusive disciplinary measures by the mayor of the borough because he complied with the Comptroller General's recommendations. Ms. Montgomery continues to ask us to apply a parallel justice system that she is the only one to defend, and under no circumstances can we endorse this. Ms. Montgomery has decided to apply her own improvised, personal, parallel justice instead of respecting the institution and the procedures of the City of Montreal. She's punishing the borough director because he is applying the Comptroller General's recommendations to protect employees from potential harassment. Even worse, she's punishing a person himself identified as a victim of psychological harassment because he refuses to interact with the person who is deemed to have committed these acts of harassment against him. Now, you all remember that last December, the mayor was informed of the results of rigorous and independent investigations, which concluded that the mayor's chief of staff had psychologically harassed 2 borough employees and that Mayor Montgomery had shown deliberate blindness to these issues. She had to assume her legal responsibilities as an employer and prevent any contact between her chief of staff and her victims, and she refused to do so. On the contrary, Ms. Montgomery forced interactions between her chief of staff and borough employees. She imposed them. She chose to defend her chief of staff instead of defending the Comptroller General's recommendations, which, as I will remind everyone, yet again, did not require her to fire her chief of staff, required her to put in place measures to ensure a safe and healthy workplace. She chose to defend her chief of staff and dig in, instead of defending the victims of harassment, despite her own track record on that front, instead of defending her responsibilities as an employer, and instead of defending and promoting the proper functioning of Côte-des-Neiges Notre-Dame-de-Grâce as a borough. By asking the borough director on February 12th to write to all public servants to advise them that the Comptroller General's recommendations were no longer applicable, the mayor attempted to use the borough director's authority to implement a parallel system while forcing a victim of psychological harassment to be in contact with the person identified as having perpetrated psychological harassment against him. Ms. Montgomery, tonight, as she defends her chief of staff, is asking us to let down the dozens of people who testified in the course of the investigations, who testified even though they had experienced borderline cases and had negative personal experiences with the mayor's cabinet. Ms. Montgomery's battle is not heroic. It is reckless. It is a baseless vendetta against someone who does not deserve to be treated this way. All borough employees, whether an elected official likes them or not, have the right to be safe from psychological harassment, and on this we must maintain a zero-tolerance policy. When the director left the room in which the chief of staff was accused of engaging in behavior amounting to harassment, he was applying the recommendations of the Comptroller General, protecting himself and the employees accompanying him. The borough mayor chose to punish him by suspending him for 2 days while he exercised his right. The Comptroller General intervened at this point to calm the escalation of tension, to try to reverse the escalation of tension, and recommended to the borough director that he not return to his workplace. And again, the borough director respected this recommendation. Once again, the mayor of the borough punished her employee for following the rules. At this point, imposed a second 17-day suspension. We can in no way condone these random and abusive disciplinary measures against the borough director. And I repeat, it is actions like this is a glaring example of actions that paralyze the borough and perpetuate a toxic work culture. The mayor's stubbornness on this file has caused the departure of a stellar employee from her own office, someone that everyone up here had the great pleasure of working with. It has forced another civil servant to remain on leave with pay for about 2 months now, over 2 months, and it forces the borough to operate without stable leadership at the top. And contrary to the mayor's assertion, this
is not business as usual. Things are not normal in the borough. Some of the day-to-day things are still getting done because the mayor and councillors don't have a say in that. We're not supposed to. But in terms of advancing projects, of giving orientations and priorities to the civil servants, things are not working the way they should be. For the first time since we took office, as I mentioned earlier, one more example of this is that we didn't even get to have a preparatory meeting with the civil servants to prepare for our council. I mean, this is basic stuff. It's not difficult to do. It's the first time in Magda's 6 years, might very well be the first time in Peter's 10 for all I know. It shouldn't have to be this difficult. Of course, and I credit the civil servants for this, they're doing everything in their power to maintain the fluidity of our operations and to move forward as much as possible with the files in progress. And I salute their resilience and their patience and their professionalism. But to bring the borough up to citizens' expectations and to fulfill the promises that we made to residents of the borough a little over 2 years ago, we need stability. We need respect for the rules. And we need a mayor who acts in the interests of citizens and not just in the interests of her own personal crusade. Now, those of you who have read the news over the past couple of days know that the mayor's application for an injunction was dismissed by the court. And the Comptroller General's recommendations continue to apply. They're not being enforced by the borough mayor, but they do continue to apply. We therefore reiterate our request to the mayor to respect all of the Comptroller General's recommendations in order to allow the borough and its employees to function normally. Ms. Montgomery cannot ignore the laws that protect victims of psychological harassment. She cannot ignore independent and rigorous reports simply because she disagrees with the conclusions. Reports, remember, that she herself requested. And she needs to abandon this attempt at parallel justice that is not working. Today, the borough director is not on trial. The question before us is whether we feel that a suspension without pay is justified and whether the process leading up to a suspension was properly followed. The answer is a resounding no. The borough director cannot be accused of insubordination if he applies the recommendations of the Comptroller General and does what the mayor refuses to do in order to protect employees. Thank you.
Merci. Alors, I'd just like to say that the borough is not paralyzed. We announced a lot of great things tonight, including the Empress, a lot of road work, and recreational facilities. And my injunction was not rejected. It will be heard in court. So,
est-ce que vous passez à une mise aux voix?
Oui. Alors, oui,
Est-ce qu'il
on va
faut voter?
voter. Oui. Alors, pour? Contre. Adopté. Bon, on passe maintenant
On passe au point 10.06.
10.06.
Motion demandant une consultation publique sur le maintien du poste de quartier 11 de Notre-Dame-de-Grâce.
Mr. Schafter, you can put your hand down. No, I'm sorry, there's no questions. No. I'm sorry, you can't ask questions. Okay. So we're moving now to the motion where we are demanding consultations, public consultations on and a moratorium on the merger of Station 11 and Station 9.
Whatever you.
So, as I've said earlier this evening, I find the fact that the police have gone ahead and the administration, with the administration's blessing, it seems, to merge Station 11 and Station 9 and in Côte Saint-Luc is unacceptable. Station 11 is an important part of our community. The officers know the residents. The officers attend public festivals. The officers even hold a haunted house in Station 11. That is an amazing thing that I went to last October, and I don't even like Halloween. And I think that the role of the police, it's not just to fight crime, but it's to build relationships with the community, to get to know perhaps people with mental illness that may need help, may need to be directed towards resources instead of being treated like criminals if police don't know them. The police are there to reassure people. And in our community especially, we have people coming from different countries or countries where they may be fearful of the police, mistrustful of the police. We want people to see the police as allies, as people they can go to for help, where they'll be reassured and guided through what can be a very complicated and terrifying justice system. So, and I feel that as mayor of this borough, I should have been told that this was happening. It should not have been sprung on me by the police brass. I should have been consulted by Mayor Plante. But instead, the decision was made, who knows when, and who knows in front of whom. So once again, this administration that promised transparency, that promised consultation with the public, have made this decision without either. There's been no consultation, no transparency. We've all had this sprung on us. And now they're saying we're going to hold an information meeting, which is not the same as public consultation. We haven't had time to inform the residents about this. So I think it's just window dressing. And I think we're going to lose a lot of very experienced and knowledgeable officers as a result of this merger. And it makes no sense that they're putting it in Côte Saint-Luc. It's not accessible by public transit. It's in a neighborhood that is completely different demographic than our own. Our population is 65,000 people. And when you look at the map of the SPVM and their stations and you take out Station 11, there's a huge gaping hole. And in my opinion, this is just another indication that this administration, and in fact the police, because the chief of police comes from Quebec City, is totally out of touch with CDNNDG. And I find it unacceptable that the residents have not been consulted, and I congratulate you on creating this movement to fight this. So I hope that we will continue this fight and that we'll continue to raise our voices loud and clear and to let this administration know that this is unacceptable. Thank you. Mr. Perez?
Sure. Why am I supporting this motion? I think it's very simple. There's two issues here. What are the impact on services to the citizens of NDG in this case, but overall of Côte-Neige NDG? Are there any improvements? If so, what are they? And number two, who makes the decision and how is it made? It's an issue of service quality and an issue of governance. And I was mentioned earlier today when we had the meeting with the SPVM earlier this week, we had it on Monday. They were obviously very cordial, very willing to try and provide us with the information that we wanted. They were there in a collaborative mode. But what transpired from that message and from that meeting and what I was hoping to get was raw data. Raw data on how it's going to improve the policing of NDG in particular. And unfortunately, I did not get that data. I got some answers. They clarified certain elements, but there was no data. They themselves recognized, when asked the question, how many people walk in to the station, PDQ 11, daily, monthly, annually? Can you please give us data? He says, we don't keep track of that data. I'm not making this up, and that's fine. For whatever reason, I guess they don't feel it's a necessary metric to have. They gave us their assessment, in other words, based on the current inspector commander's appreciation of being there for 2 years, and they said it can get to up to 15 a day. It's not necessarily the maximum, it's not the average necessarily, but it's up to, which means it's somewhere in that neighborhood. But again, they don't keep that data. That's kind of anecdotal from the experience of the commander. Number two, we've heard some stats that the service levels in Outremont and TMR have improved following the merger of Station 24 and 26. 26 in Côte-Neige, 24 was in Outremont. What we got some more clarification, we're not talking about every single type of intervention, number one. Number two, the commander who was there, who spearheaded the merger, said these are preliminary findings. Preliminary findings, des données préliminaires. And what he said was, in terms of service levels, 1, 2, 3, which are the more serious type of calls, there was an improvement, or rather there was a reduction in time to be able to get to those in TMR and Outremont of 20%, and that in Côte-Neige, 10%. We don't have any reports. We don't have any specific data. I believe that very often it's, the devil is in the details. And I want more than just a line. I want more than just a very nice PowerPoint that will tell me some things. I want the raw data. I want the specifics. I want to know within those areas where they're more prone to have incidences. The other element that was not clearly necessarily a factor is the perception of safety for the citizens, for the residents. And there was a whole debate of, when you have more police in a spot, is that going to make it better or worse? Because very often when you have repeat police coming into a specific area, people start getting worried. That's an eternal debate that we can have on police philosophy. At the end of the day, they recognize that there is a definite impact, at least within the 500 meters of the station. Those people definitely feel safer. That they themselves recognize. What were the reasons for this? Well, according to themselves, according to the reason they give, it was for efficiencies. Efficiencies to create what they call robustness. That's the ability for police to have more people or more police officers on call at any given time in case there's a high demand incident. So that's giving them more flexibility. They also recognize that, as well it should, that parking, and it's a necessity, obviously. We have employees coming. They don't very often live on the island or in the city, and therefore that is a factor that as an employer we have to take into consideration. It shouldn't be an overriding factor, right? I think we have pretty good public transit, depending on where it is, but that shouldn't be an overall, deal breaker as far as I'm concerned, but it should be taken into account. My question is this. We have a territory that's going to be covered between 9 and 11. The territory is the same. We have, in fact, the same amount of police officers. We're going to have, there's 30 and 70, so we're going to have 100 total. So we're going to have 100, same amount of police officers over the same territory. But we're promising definite improvement in results. I'd like to know, what are those projections? If you're so confident of what is going to happen, then give me an idea. I raised that question, and they came back to me, I guess not expecting such a question, and it says, well, there's more flexibility in virtue of our collective bargaining agreement. It gives them a little bit more flexibility because right now, when they integrate them, they'll be able to cover the territory of Section 9, of PDQ 9, better hours at night. Because right now, it's not being covered, it's being covered by other stations. It was in a context of flexibility to that extent. One thing that cannot be overlooked is that on the assumption that everybody should be outside on the roads patrolling, right? The same 100 that are patrolling now, they're going to be patrolling when we have them. We can't ignore the location of the police station, even if they are on the road 95% of the time. Because we all know that beginning of the shift, you're going to start from point A, and if you're all the way in Coatzaluque and you've got to go to DeCarry and Monkland, it's going to take you a little bit more time to get there. And when you're finishing your shift, you're going to plan that time, depending on where you are, to be able to come to the station. So there is an impact. It's not quantifiable, but a lot of times it's common sense. But the other thing that's very telling, and it was brought up by a citizen, is the fact that Côte-Saint-Luc and Hampstead are against this merger as well. You'd think Côte-Saint-Luc will be happy, right? They're going to get now this new station where they're going to have even more officers. It's going to be the central part of this whole territory. But no, they're against it because they understand the importance of having small stations, that interaction you have. So I think I'm not convinced, and I'm not saying that there may not be logistical improvements, but from what was given to me, and they were nice enough after thinking about it to send us the PowerPoint presentation that they showed us on last Monday. It's intentions, it's reasons, but it's very general in nature. So I have no doubt that they believe and that there may be some improvements, but there's also disadvantages and there's a cost. And when you factor these elements, when you factor the perception, when you factor the desire of the public, I'm not convinced that the services are overall going to be improved. Now, I think it's important for me to address a couple of things that were raised. Mrs. Papiano raised, well, where was Mr. Perez and Mr. Rochon when they merged 24 and 26? Well, I think that's a totally different situation because in that scenario, Outremont was being integrated to Côte-des-Neiges. Côte-des-Neiges is the new station, more centrally located. So
If it was the reverse, which is what the case is in PDQ 9 and 11, you can better believe that I'd be raising a fuss. If the 26 was going to go to Outremont, then I would have raised a fuss. That's what's going on here. NDG is going to Côte-Saint-Luc. If Côte-Saint-Luc was coming to Station 11, I don't know that I would have an issue with it. So the analogy is simply erroneous. It's incorrect. Let's look at another example. In 2015, the SPVM came to the then current administration, of which I was a part of, and wanted to merge two stations, 45 and 49. That's in Rivière-des-Prairies, Pointe-aux-Trembles. They spoke to the administration, spoke to the local elected officials before a decision was made. And you know what the decision was? Let's have a public consultation. Let's find out what the population wants. And you know who supported that public consultation? Do you know who supported the fact that there shouldn't be that merger? No one other than our current mayor of Montreal, Madame Valérie Plante. It's funny how when you go from opposition to power, things change sometimes. And you know what happened? The elected officials listened to the population. The administration, city center, listened to the local elected officials, and the merger wasn't held. There are two stations now, currently in Rivière-des-Prairies, because of the effort of the then administration, because of the efforts of the local elected officials, of the population who got on board. Let's think about another example, 3738, Rosemont-Petite-Patrie and Plateau-Mont-Royal. You know what happened then? There was a merger because the administration went to the local elected officials and they had no objection. And they felt their population was going to have an issue. And guess what? There wasn't an issue in those specific sectors. But it's not because it happened in 3738 that it's good for PDQ 9 and 11. And that's the point that Projet Montréal isn't getting. They're saying, well, there's been a reduction in some places, and if it's good there, it's good for everywhere. I'm sorry, that's not the reality. Just the fact that we've had a petition of over 2,500 people says something. The fact that a lot of community groups, the fact that elected officials are raising it says something. So with all due respect to the cases that have been brought up to make comparisons, they're simply don't hold water. Next issue, governance. Who makes the decisions? Who ultimately is responsible for these decisions? Is it the elected officials, the ones that have the mandate from the population to make decisions on their behalf, or is it the SPVM? There's no doubt that the SPVM has expertise. This was mentioned by Mr. Purdy McQueen, and I agree with that. All our services have expertise. They all have knowledge and experience. And they come, and the way it should work is they bring that knowledge and expertise with their analysis, with their recommendation, and they bring it to elected officials. And ultimately, it's for the elected officials to make a decision. That's what I believe as a policy-oriented makeup. Now, the other thing that was mentioned, that if you are going to make that decision, then at first have that consultation. First find out what people want. And if you didn't plan on it and you've seen that it's creating an issue in the name of transparency, in the name of accountability, have that public consultation. And honestly, the pushback from the city center administration, as well as from the SPVM, was, no, we're having an information session. We are not having a consultation. It's almost become like a bad word. Well, I'm sorry. In local democracy, public consultation are part and parcels of the decision-making process. We see it on a regular basis. What's even scarier is that there's been no civilian governing body that has approved this decision. Not the local elected officials, not the municipal council, not even the executive committee. We had Ms. Piano says that she was not aware that it was going to happen. And there's been no item at the executive committee over the last couple of months that have been brought to bear. We have a public safety commission that is there for specific oversight. Every year, the SPVM come and presents its budget to that commission to get its approval recommendations, which we eventually adopt in our annual budget. We have the ability to make decisions. Now, sometimes there'll be disagreements, and that's fine, that's healthy. But it's not right for a entity to make those kind of decisions in a unilateral fashion where there isn't proper, sufficient civilian oversight, where there hasn't been elected officials who've had their say. In 2007, when the SPVM wanted to reevaluate what they call the couverture, schéma de couverture, I'm sorry, their schéma de couverture, how they were going to govern and cover their police services. There was a public consultation. And this issue of 9/11 we had it before. It was in the opposite direction. They wanted to merge 9 and 11, 9 into 11. And as I said, maybe I wouldn't necessarily have an opposition against that. I'd want more data, but it's not the same thing. There's going to be a huge hole, as Mrs. Montgomery mentioned, in the police stations when they come, if it were to leave. And then finally, there's the question of the role of the public. Do you have, your say in this situation? We believe you do. Doesn't mean necessarily that elected officials are going to follow every time, but it's going to help for the legitimacy of the decision-making process. And in 4 years or 2 years, when there's the next election, if you didn't like our decision, guess what? You can vote us out. But we have to ensure accountability, transparency, and we're not doing it in this case. I find it interesting how we heard it tonight. We've heard it by Madame Filato over a couple of cases. Actually, before I get to that, I found it very telling that Mr. Alex Norris, who is the president of the Public Safety Commission, was not even aware that there was public consultation in 2007 when the first go around for this happened. He wasn't even aware of it at the time. And the answer was, well, the SPVM spoke to myself and to Madame Rosalie Filato, so we're okay with it. I'm sorry. That is a very scary thing to hear, that that's the way that decisions are being made. It goes contrary to every fundamental principle of accountability, of transparency when it comes to these matters. Finally, I find it interesting that, and we heard it again tonight, this is all Sue Montgomery's fault. This is because she didn't tell them anything on January 30th. I wish I had that kind of power, or that Mrs. Montgomery had that kind of power for this kind of issue. Maybe she should have spoken to us. Maybe we could have done something else. But to make us believe, to make the population believe that had she raised the red flag a little higher, then this wouldn't have happened, is just insulting the population. It shows that this is just a PR operation for them. This information session is a direct result from elected officials like myself, like Mr. Rotron, like Mrs. Montgomery, raising the issue, from community groups raising the issue, from the public raising the issue. Now we have to push it further. We have to push it so that not only is there an information session, but that there are also a public consultation. And once we have all that information, we get exactly what the people want, then we can make an informed decision, and we can make a responsible decision. Until then, all it is the SPVM making a decision for different internal reasons and rubber stamp by the Projet Montréal administration. I hope that my colleagues, Mr. Arsenault, Mr. McQueen especially, will think of what their citizens want, will think of how they feel and the perception that they have when it comes to public safety and to policing before making a decision tonight. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you. Anyone else want to make a comment?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I wanted to start by talking about my own skepticism on this question, but there's been so much talk about the governance question that I just feel like it's perhaps easier to address that directly and quickly. It's funny, Councillor Perez was giving examples of different paths that were taken for different station closures. He mentioned RDP Pointe-aux-Trembles, which is, talking about specific situations about 5 times bigger than CDNNDG and with 2 neighborhoods that are separated by a highway, and said that things were kept open because the community mobilized. As on many different points on the question of station mergers, we have a different reading. My understanding was that the station stayed open because the administration gave a political order to change an administrative decision. It's called political interference. And that's not something that I think we should be taking lessons from. A couple of other examples can illustrate the different ways that this can go when the people responsible for spreading the information act at the right time. When the Coderre administration proposed an integration of stations in the plateau, specifically for the Mile End, they presented it to the borough mayor, who acted quickly, called a meeting with the councillors. They asked for information, received information, determined that it was actually in the interest of the population, and despite being in opposition, in fact, despite being led by the one person who was potentially the biggest thorn in the Coderre administration's side, they decided not to oppose it because it was good and sound public policy. We talk a lot about governance by civilians, by elected officials. Who's running the city? Is it the police or is it the elected officials? People, I think sometimes we lose track of the fact that, of course, council is responsible at the end of the day, but council and the executive give orientations. And the goal is to allow the professionals who know what they're doing to actually carry out the orientations. Even on the worst day in winter, I don't call up Pierre Boutin and say, Pierre, I think I need to give you a few tips on how to run the snow removal operations. I think I could do that a little bit better. It's not politicians who say that this bus line should go here or there. I think it makes more sense
Just
that,
metro lines.
that the politicians propose, and then they say it should be analyzed in a nonpartisan manner, which is why the ARTM is supposed to evaluate something like the Pink Line proposal. And yet here we are with politicians saying that, well, we should be the ones to have the final say, not on the overall policy, because they approved of everything that's come to date, but just this one. So it's odd. It's funny how we can twist ourselves into these interesting positions to approve 95% of the decisions taken and then decide that we just don't like one. But back to the broader issue, because the issue here is not political posturing on the backs of the police, as unfortunate as that is. I think the main issue here is this idea of perceptions in the community of safety and of community contact with the police, because that's what makes the difference in people's everyday lives. Now, I've said it before, I'll say it again, up until the meeting on Monday, I was tremendously skeptical of this proposed integration. I told our cabinet downtown, I told the point people responsible for the file, I told members of the public that if we walked into this meeting and the police did not succeed in convincing me that I would vote for or sign whatever the opposition put in front of me if it meant opposing this integration. Now, I was skeptical because the questions in my mind, and I think the questions in many residents' mind, is what does this actually mean for my safety on a day-to-day basis? Now, we've heard it said a couple of times already tonight that there's going to be fewer services, that there will be fewer patrols, that we'll have police officers resigning. We're going to have the same, if not a greater number of police officers patrolling the neighborhood. I can't emphasize this enough. Many people, and I'm not downplaying the importance for some people of having bricks and mortar on the ground. And I asked that question in our meeting with the police department. I said, is there a bricks and mortar effect? Can you show us that there is or isn't a bricks and mortar effect? And they said that not only do we not see a bricks and mortar effect, but we see that what matters most to residents, based on all of our feedback mechanisms, is that they want to see police on the ground. They want to see cop cars. They want to see walking patrols. They want to see cop bikes. They want to see bike cops. They want to see everything. As long as they see them in the neighborhood, that's the important thing. So I feel like as far as the public is concerned, I get the impression that we're running into this conflict, this gap between actual safety and feelings of safety or feelings of contact. Same goes for some of the concerns expressed by the community sector. How it's good to know that we can go to the station and it's an important node in the community. And again, I emphasize that when we were told about this integration, the idea behind it is not just to put more boots on the ground, but to improve, as Councillor Perez said, the operational efficiency, not just in terms of robustesse, but in terms of the police's ability to work together to tackle specific neighborhood problems. Councillor McQueen mentioned it earlier. It was a special neighborhood team in one of the merged stations that ended up arresting the flasher who was traumatizing young kids in Outremont and TMR. Oh, and by the way, the Outremont merger, as Councillor Perez said, that was done last year. It wasn't Côte-des-Neiges moving to Outremont, it was the other way around. And the Outremont councillors are impressed with the results. I asked the mayor of Outremont myself, and he said, I'm ecstatic. We've had better response times. We've had better presence. It is as they said it would be. So to hear that from those who have actually experienced integrations, and not just from the police, is something that I found reassuring. So they took the time to explain to us in our meeting on Monday what they mean by operational efficiency and the benefits to citizens, and these specialized teams for community issues, and the maintenance, the keeping in place of socio-community police officers, the hopeful addition of civilian officers like we have in Côte-des-Neiges right now. So when it comes to the way it was done, our job was to ask questions. Some of us, I think, put a little bit more effort into that than others. And I can't emphasize this enough. These things are not actually presented as a fait accompli. The examples given by both myself and Councillor Perez demonstrate that. Different routes have been taken for different integrations in the past. But what it always starts off with is informing the borough mayor. And what we were told was that the meeting in which the police informed Mayor Montgomery went so well that not only was there no objection, but the police officers were thanked with little jars of Blue Bonnet's Hippodrome honey. Now, that does not sound like the kind of meeting where a fait accompli was presented to a borough mayor and questions were asked, assumptions were challenged. That's not the way it went down. I'm sorry, I'm being given two different versions of events. I have to choose which one to believe. I'm saying that I believe the police. So,
Okay.
so
Mr. Shafter.
as I was saying,
Please be quiet.
as I was saying, it looks like these integrations actually work out. And I understand that there are skeptics still, and that's normal. You're right, and it's reasonable for the community sector. I think that the information available to the community sector and the role that the community sector plays, which is a critical one in NDG and largely unrivaled across the city, it's something that we're all proud of, is very different from the role that elected officials should play and can play. Our job is to get the information. Our job is to ask questions before we start fear-mongering. Our job is to make sure we have the facts straight before we start saying irresponsible things like NDG will lose all of its patrols, which I've heard from the mayor's mouth more than once. It's a preposterous suggestion. It makes no sense. So I think what we all need to do here is take a step back and recognize that even if belatedly, the police department wants to give the public and the community sector the same walkthrough that they gave us to show that this is not just done on a whim, this isn't some kind of grand centralization, that these days a police officer's office is in their car for the most part. They don't need to be at the station. And in fact, we were told they don't want them to be at the station. They're not out policing when they're at the station. Stations should be as empty as possible, as often as possible, if you want to have good police coverage of the neighborhood. And that's what they're aiming to do. So I think it's important that we ensure that there's more two-way communication with the public on this, which is why we're proposing amendments tonight to ensure that well, I was going to say that the meeting is actually held in NDG, but despite the mayor's original suggestion for it to be done here, we managed to get it changed to the Monkland Community Center, the NDG Cultural Center, pardon me. But also to ensure that Montreal's Public Security Committee doesn't hold a public hearing on one merger, because that's not the way council is supposed to operate. We're supposed to challenge the policies. We're supposed to challenge the broad orientations. We're supposed to ask, is this a good approach to have? So what we want to propose is that the Public Security Committee hold an open session so that we can learn more about the overall orientation, the overall plan, which, as I remind everyone, has been going on for the better part of 15, 20 years now. We've already had 18 mergers, and we're experiencing levels of crime in Montreal today that are the lowest they've been in, what, 20, 30, 40 years? And to that effect, one more point, the devil's in the details, as Councillor Perez said. Well, they also say that, there are three kinds of lies, right? Lies, damn lies, and statistics. And the statistics that we were presented with, while admittedly not as comprehensive as I would have liked, I'll be the first to admit, they were reassuring in that they showed that mergers generally have a positive effect, like an encouraging effect on crime, which is to say, it drops more than the average. So I think that there's more communication that needs to be done. That's why I will be proposing, and actually, last thing, apologies, before Magda hands out the proposed modifications, I also think that there were a number of phrases and sentences and claims in the initial motion that were, let's say, off the mark. I'll say imprecise. I'll say, in some cases, untrue. So we're going to be proposing some substantial changes in order to have this motion reflect the facts as well as the need for more of a two-way conversation between the police department and members of the public in NDG. And so I'll ask my colleague to distribute the proposed amended motion, and I'm willing to grant. And I will ask if our colleagues requested that we take a 5-minute pause so that they can inform themselves of the motion.
Maybe that's a clue. I just wanted to clarify a couple things that I actually pointed out in the meeting with the police who wanted to have the meeting here that this is not NDG, that we needed to have the meeting in NDG. So I just want to clarify that. I also want to clarify that I did give the officers honey from the Blue Bonnets because I've heard that you get more flies with honey. And, you know, I'm hospitable and nice that way. But also, I did ask them about coming in to report crimes in the station. And they said, oh, people can just do that online. And I said, I'm not comfortable with that. But the other thing is, they didn't tell me what the meeting was about. They caught me off guard. I wasn't prepared. I hadn't done, you know, I was just kind of flabbergasted that they were coming in and telling me this without any heads up. And plus, I hadn't heard anything from the administration, including Madame Popiano, who's on the executive. And my last point is, I am not fear-mongering. What I am doing is I am representing the people who elected me, and I am listening to them, and I'm going to bat for them and asking that we have public consultations and that there be a moratorium put on this merger. That's it, that's all. So I suggest we suspend quelques minutes pour le lire. Et I feel bad for the services, you're all freezing. Restez? No? Je pense. Oh, on reprend. Alors, on a des amendements. On va avoir un débat sur ça.
Moi, j'ai des préoccupations concernant la motion amendée proposée. Essentially, what Projet Montréal is trying to do is to completely change the objective of our motion. You can tell that the yellow is the new stuff, and the cross out is what they don't agree with. Right? So there's more crossing out than addition. The most important issue is there's two basic requests, that we have a moratorium and then we have a public consultation. Instead of voting against it, right, which is their right if they want to do that, what they're saying is, let's remove the moratorium and let's change a public consultation to an information session. And they want to vote on that because they're comfortable voting on that. I would like to know what additional information do my colleagues from Projet Montréal need, if any, to make a decision? Because if you really believe that, in fact, it's the right decision, and you had all the information that you had from the SPVM Monday, then you should be comfortable voting against a public consultation because you believe all the information has been had. You should be comfortable voting against a moratorium. The only reason you're not doing it is because you might think it might create a political backlash with the population. And therefore, the way out of that is to completely change the motion so that hopefully the news will be tomorrow, CDNNDG Borough Councils adopts a motion asking for a public information session on the plan of mergers in future to come. The other thing that's even more ludicrous is that the administration has said that's what they're going to do. Mrs. Filato has said that at some point this year, we're not going to talk about PDQ 9 or 11, but we're going to have at the Public Safety Commission an opportunity for the SPVM to present its plan on these mergers, on this integration, on this closure, however you want to call it. So they're basically saying, please vote, or rather, please do what you said you're going to do already. I mean, that's just silly. The other thing that I think is very telling is that, and this is something that came out in the Monday meeting with the SPVM, is that they said that this is consistent, this decision of merging, of integrating, of closing section PDQ 11, is that it's consistent with le plan d'action 2019-2021, the action plan, that's SPVM action plan of 2019-2021. And I was surprised because I wasn't aware of that plan, to be honest with you. I looked on the website of the SPVM, it wasn't there. We asked them to send it to us, and they did. They sent it to us earlier today, and I thank them for it. It's very interesting that when you look at that, in fact, that action plan, and you look at about integration, right, their plan d'intégration, their plan to integrate, do you know by when they have to come out with that plan? According to this action plan that they touted on Monday, by 2021. By 2021, that's when the SPVM has committed to talking about integration, and yet they're already making decisions now. This is not an amendment. This is a counter proposal. This is what it is. We're not talking about changing commas here and there. We're changing the fundamental aspect of what this motion is all about. I don't know that that's acceptable, whether it's admissible. I'm going to ask la greffière, in virtue of our rules of conduct. I haven't looked at our rules of conduct at Borough Council in quite a while. But my understanding, at least from City Center, which one we make, is that when you completely change the nature of the motion, it's not admissible. C'est pas recevable. Alors, je vais demander à Maître Reeves de vérifier les règles en vertu de notre règlement de régie interne. Dans quelles circonstances est-ce qu'on peut traiter des amendements et à quel point qu'un amendement change tellement la nature de la proposition initiale qu'elle n'est pas recevable.
C'est l'article 32 du règlement de régie interne.
Mm-hmm.
Je peux vous lire. Une proposition de sous-amendement doit avoir pour effet de modifier l'objet de la proposition amendement. Elle ne doit pas constituer une négation de l'amendement ni une répétition de la proposition.
Je pense que l'article avant.
Oui, l'article 31.
Non, je pense que c'est l'article. On parle d'un sous-amendement ici.
Oui, OK, c'est plutôt l'article 31.
Voilà, allez-y.
Une proposition d'amendement doit avoir pour effet de modifier la teneur ou l'objet de la proposition principale. Elle ne doit pas en être la négation pure et simple et elle ne doit pas être l'introduction d'un sujet ou d'une question tout à fait nouveau.
Okay. Alors, moi, je vous soumettrai, Maître Reeves, et je vous demande votre opinion là-dessus, qu'elle ne demande pas la négation de la proposition. Elle peut pas. Le deuxième point, c'était, elle ne peut pas
être l'introduction d'un sujet ou d'une question tout à fait nouveau.
Ah, c'est le dernier point, mais il y avait deux autres points avant cela.
Pour relire
s'il vous plaît, je prends note cette fois-ci.
Une proposition d'amendement doit avoir pour effet de modifier la teneur ou l'objet de la proposition principale. Elle ne doit pas en être la négation pure et simple et elle ne doit pas être l'introduction d'un sujet ou d'une question tout à fait nouveau.
Merci beaucoup. Alors, moi, je veux vous demander votre avis dans un contexte où on demande un moratoire et elle est complètement enlevée. Est-ce que c'est la négation de la demande elle-même? Et si c'est le cas, je vous soumettrai qu'elle n'est pas recevable.
Vous me mettez dans une situation un petit peu inconfortable où je dois trancher dans un...
Ben, ça arrive souvent au conseil de ville, oui, où le greffier avec la présidente qui le font, mais toujours sur conseil du greffier. Si vous le prenez quelques minutes pour revoir la chose, je pense qu'on serait à l'aise à cet égard. On comprend que c'est nouveau, ce n'est pas quelque chose qui est habituel, mais l'alternative, Madame Reeves, Maître Reeves, c'est que si ce n'est pas vous, ça va être la présidente de l'Assemblée. Moi, je suis très à l'aise à donner ce pouvoir à la présidente de l'Assemblée pour voir si c'est recevable ou non. Normalement, ce serait la chose à faire, mais c'est sur le conseil de la greffière. Alors, si vous déférez à la présidente, elle pourra prendre la décision sur votre conseil.
Mais est-ce que vous voulez suspendre quelques minutes pour le lire? Ou...
Quelques minutes.
Quelques minutes?
Oui.
OK, d'accord. On suspend. Reprends. Merci. Alors, après avoir consulté notre greffière, je vais prendre la décision selon article... Oui?
Bah, laissez-la terminer, madame,
Oui.
avant de...
Alors, j'aimerais juste dire que selon article 31 du règlement de régie N10, this basically changes our motion completely and negates, is a negation of our motion. So therefore, it's not recevable, not the word recevable.
Admissible.
Admissible. Oui.
Micro, Magda.
Oui, micro.
Merci. Il y a le monsieur qui s'assoit avant et qui prend des photos où il filme. Selon les règles du conseil d'arrondissement, il doit demander la permission s'il veut le faire.
C'est vrai. Je m'excuse, j'ai pas
C'est
remarqué.
extrêmement intimidant ce que vous faites, monsieur.
Oui. No, no, Monsieur Mercredi. I think according to the rules, you have to be a journalist to be able to do that. Hein? Non, non, je comprends, mais je pense qu'on... Madame Reeves? No, just wait, we'll check. I think there is a rule about that, I'm sorry. OK. J'aimerais juste vérifier parce que je pense que Madame Popienne aura raison.
Hmm? Yeah.
It's real. It's true.
You can give permission.
Okay.
You can give. Available on the web
Yeah.
in a day or two. Attendez,
Une chose est certaine, c'est qu'à l'article 15 du règlement de régie interne, on dit que la personne qui préside la séance maintient l'ordre et le décorum durant la séance.
Oui, c'est ça.
Donc-
Alors, je peux donner permission si vous voulez prendre des photos. Alors, so, returning to our motion.
Madame la mairesse, je
oui.
demande la question préalable, s'il vous plaît, qu'on vote tout de suite. La question préalable, que l'on vote tout de suite.
Sur
Je pense
la
que les
motion,
fonctionnaires...
sur la motion
We'll be
originale.
voting
Ouais,
on the
sur la motion
motion.
originale.
Yeah.
Alors,
Les
donc-
fonctionnaires sont quand même assez fatigués.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes, he's allowed to. I mean, it's being filmed anyway, so. On va
C'est un
voter.
privilège, Madame la mairesse.
Oui.
Les débats du conseil d'arrondissement sont web diffusés.
Oui.
Tout le monde a accès. Je me sens intimidée par la présence de monsieur.
OK, Mr. Mukherjee, excuse me.
Et finalement, on a trouvé la disposition. C'est l'article 25.
OK.
Utilisation d'appareils photographiques, cinématographiques ou enregistreurs et d'autres appareils du même genre, à l'exception de ceux utilisés par le secrétaire, est interdite sans l'autorisation du maire.
OK. Sans autorisation. So, je peux donner autorisation, mais donnant que Mme Popianou se sent mal à l'aise, s'il vous plaît, arrêtez. Merci. Bon, on va maintenant à notre motion originale pour un vote.
Il y a la question préalable, question de règlement. Il y a la question préalable qui a été demandée. Donc, on doit passer au vote. Toutefois, il y a un droit de réplique qui est permis avant le vote lui-même.
Est-ce qu'on peut confirmer ça dans le règlement? D'habitude, qu'on a vu ça au conseil municipal, la question préalable, il n'y a pas de...
Oui.
OK.
Vous?
J'ai hâte de voir.
OK.
Est-ce que, Monsieur Arsenault, est-ce que vous voulez...
S'il vous plaît.
Oui.
Madame la mairesse, question privilège. Le monsieur me défigure en avant. Pouvez-vous lui demander, il est en train de me défigurer, de me regarder, de me fixer dans les yeux. C'est une attitude qui est complètement non...
OK, Monsieur Mukherjee, excusez-moi. Mais, Monsieur Mercredi, vous êtes bienvenu à rester, si vous voulez. OK. OK. On est où maintenant? Oui, s'il vous plaît. Madame Ruiz, est-ce que vous voulez, vous pouvez utiliser le microphone? OK.
Article 36. Un membre du Conseil peut mettre fin à tout débat et demander la mise aux voix de la question à l'étude. La majorité des membres du Conseil présents votent en faveur d'une proposition aux fins de poser la question préalable. Le Conseil en décide immédiatement et cesse débat. Si la proposition aux fins de poser la question préalable est rejetée, le débat reprend son point d'interruption. Si la proposition est adoptée, aucune autre proposition n'est recevable et le Conseil décide alors sans autre discussion ni amendement de la proposition dont il était saisi relativement à l'objet du débat.
Merci.
Donc, merci pour... Il y a un vote sur le vote, question préalable.
J'appuie et je demande le vote sur la question préalable.
OK. Moi, je vote contre le vote préalable. Le vote préalable means there's no more debate and we have to vote on the actual motion. I think it's a form of limiting a public debate and it shows how scared they are.
Et je vote contre.
Ouais.
Those in favor, raise your hand.
Yeah, who's in favor? Sorry, we're getting very tired. OK. Alors, qui est en faveur de la question préalable? Qui est contre? Alors, c'est adopté. Et maintenant,
On a le vote.
On a le vote
Sur la motion originale.
Alors, qui est pour? Qui est contre? Alors, c'est rejeté. La motion. Qu'est-ce qu'il y a, madame?
Il y a un autre citoyen qui prend des photos pendant, bien que vous l'avez interdit. Est-ce que vous êtes capable
Mais
de
je pense qu'il
maintenir l'ordre dans
j'ai
cette
pas
salle?
vu. Alors, il quitte maintenant. C'est lui? Alors, je n'ai pas vu parce que... Alors, bon. On passe maintenant
au point 10.07, période de questions des membres du Conseil.
Est-ce qu'il y a des questions de membres du Conseil?
Moi, j'ai une question. Pourquoi est-ce qu'il fait si froid ici dans la salle?
Malheureusement, on n'a pas la réponse.
OK, d'accord. Le mois prochain, s'il vous plaît.
Pour le prochain mois, on doit arranger quelque chose. Hein?
Oui, parce
ou bien
que...
la réponse?
Non,
on doit avoir le...
Oui, la personne
non.
responsable est venue à au moins 2 reprises.
Ah oui?
Essayer de régler. On est en contact avec elle. Je l'ai appelée.
OK.
Julie l'a
On a
appelée.
besoin de Maurizio.
Oui, ben oui.
Alors, si le mois prochain, c'est pas réglé, on vous demande des chaufferettes, s'il vous plaît.
Oui.
Avec plaisir.
OK, c'est la seule question? C'est
Oui.
tout? OK, on passe maintenant à 10.08, correspondance.
Il n'y a pas de correspondance.
12.01.
Confier à la SHDM un mandat pour réaliser des études de faisabilité ainsi qu'un plan d'affaires relativement au développement d'un projet mixte sur le site de l'ancien théâtre Empress, sur Sherbrooke-Ouest, appartenant à la Ville de Montréal, et approuver l'affectation d'une somme de 250 000 $ du surplus libre pour la réalisation du mandat.
Je propose avec plaisir. Adopté. 12.02.
Confier l'adhésion de l'arrondissement aux objectifs et modalités du programme PEACE suite à l'acceptation de 2 demandes de soutien financier, soit la mise à niveau d'équipements sportifs au parc Martin Luther King et la construction d'un nouveau terrain de basketball au parc Coffey dans le cadre du programme des installations sportives extérieures. Confirmer que l'arrondissement participera financièrement au projet et assumera les frais d'exploitation.
J'appuie.
Puis je demanderais de me rajouter comme...
de m'ajouter comme deuxième appuyeur pour ce dossier-là, parce que il y a des équipements pour le parc Martin Luther King, s'il vous plaît.
Nous sommes à 2001, c'est ça?
Oui.
2002, excusez-moi.
2001.
2001.
Approuver la liste des rues visées par les travaux de réfection des chaussées et des trottoirs, des remplacements des entrées de service d'eau en plomb, des constructions de fosses de plantation et des constructions de dos d'âne.
Je propose.
J'ai des commentaires, Madame la mairesse?
Oui.
Pardon. Ici, dans ce dossier, on a les contrats qu'on va approuver pour notre PRR. Notre PRR, c'est notre programme de réfection routière. C'est les programmes que nous avons pour justement améliorer nos rues, les réparer, les reconstruire, les réhabiliter. Il y a également des opportunités pour faire des améliorations de géométrie, des saillies de trottoirs, etc. Il y a également notre programme pour le remplacement des entrées de services d'eau de plomb, ce qui est une bonne chose. On est tous pour ces choses-là. Mais ce qui est très préoccupant, c'est le très faible nombre de rues et d'argent que nous allons investir cette année pour la réfection routière à Côte-des-Neiges-Notre-Dame-de-Grâce. Notre budget de notre programme triennal de démobilisation est pour cette année-là est d'environ 2,6 millions de dollars, grosso modo, fois 3. Et nous le savons tous que c'est tout simplement pas assez. Nous avons presque 500 kilomètres de rues, mais pour des raisons historiques, c'était cela. Mais à chaque année, depuis, je dirais presque une décennie, la ville-centre, elle venait et elle nous donnait des fonds supplémentaires. Elle nous disait, on va permettre, nonobstant que ce n'est pas dans votre pays, la ville-centre va financer des montants importants, appréciables, pour justement améliorer nos rues. Et lorsque nous regardons les budgets des années antérieures, on parle de dizaines de millions de dollars par année au moins. Au moins, on parle de 10 à 20. Il y a certaines années, c'est allé jusqu'à 30 millions de dollars lorsqu'il y avait des gros projets d'infrastructure comme le Triangle. Mais bon an, mal an, au cours des 7-8 dernières années, on parlait entre 10 à 15 millions de dollars. De plus que le 2, et quelques millions de dollars que nous avons. Cette année, nous avons zéro de la ville-centre. Zéro. C'est un choix que l'administration centrale, de l'administration de Projet Montréal, qui a fait qu'on ne va pas investir ces montants. Et les personnes qui vont subir les conséquences, ce sont nos résidents. C'est notre arrondissement. Parce que ils ne veulent pas, ils ne peuvent pas, peu importe ce que vous voulez dire, c'est une décision qu'ils font. Et ça, il y aura des conséquences. Conséquences que tous les efforts que nous avons mis au cours des dernières années pour justement corriger la situation, ben, elle va continuer de s'empirer. Et moi, je trouve ça, c'est très, très dommage. C'est une mauvaise décision d'un point de vue de l'utilisation des fonds publics et ça en dit long sur les priorités de l'administration centrale. Il y a un deuxième point qui est très préoccupant et ce deuxième point, il ne parle pas de l'aspect de financement manquant. Mais depuis que je suis élu, chaque fois que nous faisions des programmes, des choix, on essayait toujours de pouvoir trouver un équilibre entre Côte-des-Neiges et NDG. Je ne dirais pas 50-50 parce que ce n'est pas exactement 50-50 point de vue population, point de vue territoire. Et des fois, il y a des besoins supplémentaires, on le comprend. Mais point de vue PRR, programme de réflexion routière, il y avait, je dirais, une règle au moins 40-60, 45-55. Une fois, certaines années, c'était Côte-des-Neiges. Une année, c'était NDG. Et tout le monde le comprenait. Mais ce que je vois ici, c'est un débalancement énorme, malheureusement, en défaveur de Côte-des-Neiges.
Absolument.
Et je trouve ça très dommage. Je ne le comprends pas et j'aimerais qu'on puisse m'expliquer. Maintenant, je sais que pour les programmes d'entrée de plomb, c'est un peu
à cause du fait qu'on doit se concentrer sur les rues qui ont été faites l'année précédente et les disponibilités. Mais il y a aussi les autres programmes. Les programmes d'Odan, je m'excuse, pourquoi est-ce qu'il devrait avoir 7 ou 8 ou 10 dans Loyola et 2 dans Darlington? Je sais qu'on a les demandes des citoyens, mais à chaque année, on nous a toujours contactés au préalable si nous avions des suggestions à faire, ce qui n'a pas été fait cette année-là. Alors moi, devant cette réalité, je vais demander, Madame la mairesse, qu'on puisse trouver une façon avec les services de bonifier sur les cas, les dossiers que nous avons déjà en branle, mais qui peuvent être finalisés pour justement rééquilibrer, que ce soit les dodanes, que ce soit le RECEP. Je ne parle pas de mettre un montant équivalent. Je pense selon nos possibilités, nos surplus en minimum, mais pour que ça soit équitable pour la population. Alors pour moi, c'est tout simplement une chose que je n'ai jamais vue et j'aimerais qu'on corrige la chose, Madame la mairesse.
Merci, M. Perez. Madame Popiano.
Merci, Madame la mairesse. Donc, je suis très contente de ce que j'entends. Et M. Perez, je suis allée vérifier le PTI en PRR et surtout en RSEP, là, donc dans les autres arrondissements. Et j'en ai posé aussi des questions. Donc, je peux vous partager les réponses que j'en ai reçues. Et je peux vous partager aussi mon constat, c'est celui que les arrondissements ont des PTI à même leur PTI, donc le PTI d'arrondissement pour les rues locales. Et qu'il y a très peu d'arrondissements qui reçoivent un peu d'argent pour les rues locales, comme c'était, c'est vrai, dans l'administration précédente, où, en plus de reprendre jusqu'à 70% des rues locales, donc normalement c'était moitié-moitié, à 70% des rues locales sous l'entretien de la ville-centre. Donc vous investissez aussi de l'argent dans les rues locales, dans les arrondissements. Donc, c'est à l'arrondissement de s'assurer qu'il a le PTI nécessaire pour intervenir sur les rues locales. C'est une planification qui doit se faire avec la mairesse ou le maire de l'arrondissement afin de prévoir d'une année à l'autre tout ce qu'on veut faire. Vous le savez aussi, et je suis enchantée de vous entendre et de vous plaindre qu'il y a peu d'interventions de l'autre côté de l'autoroute en Côte-des-Neiges. Vous m'aviez entendu à maintes et maintes reprises dire qu'il y a très peu de dodanes qui sont installés en Côte-des-Neiges, il y a très peu d'interventions de saillies de trottoir qui sont faites en Côte-des-Neiges, il y a très peu de rues qui sont réparées en Côte-des-Neiges. Donc, première chose, il faut que l'administration locale prévoie dans le PTI de l'arrondissement des montants afin d'intervenir sur nos rues. Et deuxième chose, je serais ravie, au moins pour l'année prochaine, on s'en soit ensemble puis on fasse la répartition. Je n'ai jamais compris pourquoi c'est à telle place et pas de l'autre côté.
Merci. Monsieur McQueen, est-ce que...
Je suis un peu déçu, Monsieur Perez, que your concern for security in NDG applies to the police, but not to the Dodan. Because I certainly think the Dodan are very important for the security of the children of NDG.
Je peux prendre la parole maintenant? Oui. Deux choses. C'est un peu rigolo d'entendre M. Peter McQueen parler sur cet enjeu-là. J'ai jamais dit qu'il ne faut pas de Dodan dans Loyola. J'ai dit, on peut en avoir en Loyola, mais il faudrait aussi en avoir en Darlington. Est-ce que lui croit que les résidents de Darlington n'ont pas droit à des Dodan? Et c'est ça ce qu'il est en train de dire? Qu'on devrait tous être satisfaits? Non, je m'excuse. On est là pour représenter notre population. On comprend que c'est jamais exactement. C'est normal. Mais lorsqu'il y a une iniquité qui est aussi évidente, je m'excuse, il se faut que le conseiller local lève la voix sur cet enjeu-là. Sinon, je ne ferai pas mon boulot comme conseiller de mon district. Maintenant, ce que je demande tout simplement, et j'ai dit clairement, je ne veux rien enlever à personne. Ouais. N'est-ce pas? Je l'ai bien dit. Mais est-ce qu'on peut nous assurer de penser aussi à Darlington? C'est tout ce que j'ai dit. Et s'il faut aller travailler avec les services, il faut le faire. Maintenant, moi, je n'ai jamais dit, Madame Popiano, que je veux dicter au service ou je veux travailler avec elle pour comprendre exactement tout. Ce que j'ai dit, c'est que je comprends qu'il y a des besoins qui peuvent varier d'année en année, mais qu'on essaye de trouver plus ou moins une certaine équité. C'est tout. C'est tout ce que j'ai dit, c'est tout ce que je demande. Je ne demande pas à commencer à avoir une rencontre de planif avec M. Boutin et son équipe début de chaque année là-dessus. Non. Moi, je ne pense pas. Et je pense que M. Arsenault serait contre ce genre de façon de faire, vu son intervention plus tôt, où ça pourrait être interprété comme une certaine interférence politique. Mais ce que je dis, c'est que moi, je veux comprendre, s'il y a un débalancement, il doit y avoir des raisons. Alors, moi, je me fie là-dessus. Deuxième point, je trouve ça un peu ironique de vous entendre dire que c'est à la responsabilité de la mairesse et des services de s'assurer qu'avec le PTI qu'on a, qu'on puisse satisfaire les besoins du réseau local. Vous-même, pendant des années, vous avez soulevé le fait que le PTI du Côte-des-Neiges de Crème-Bras n'était pas suffisant. Des années. Et nous, on disait toujours, lorsqu'on était au pouvoir, on dit, vous avez raison, mais. Et ce mais, la ville-centre, elle va financer. Bien au-delà, peut-être que dans d'autres arrondissements, justement pour trouver cette équité au point des services. Mais ce que vous êtes en train de dire, c'est que vous êtes à un certain point en train de renier votre position antérieure et dire non, ça va suffire, c'est suffisant, il faudrait que les services travaillent de façon plus adéquate. Alors moi, je pense qu'ils le font, il y a des défis importants et avec une certaine façon de travailler pendant des années où on a des montants supplémentaires et là qu'on coupe ça à sec, je m'excuse, c'est pas évident de trouver des solutions.
I'd just like to raise, Mr. Perez, that I brought this up with the services in my statutaire, that there was a unequal balance in the work being done, and we've agreed, we thought it would delay things too much if we went back to the drawing board, so we've agreed to take some money out of the surplus and give your residents some
Perfect.
dough down.
Thank you. I wasn't talking about delaying today's contracts.
Yeah.
I didn't want,
No,
I understand
that,
the
yeah.
need, but I'm saying we can't just,
No,
so perfect. I appreciate
I
your
assure
intervention.
you that
Thank you.
that was raised. Madame Popiano, did you have? Avez-vous un point?
Donc, les gens sont avancés. Je m'abstiendrai de faire des commentaires, mais vous tournez toujours les propos. Tout ce que j'ai dit, M. Perez, j'ai dit, parce que moi aussi, j'ai déposé une liste de dodanes et des aménagements et des rues qui doivent être refaites en Côte-des-Neiges. Donc, ce que je vous ai proposé, c'est de travailler ensemble et de, comme vous dites, d'année en année, que ça soit OK. Pas de faire de l'intervention politique. J'aimerais que ça soit très clair. Je n'ai pas dit que je souhaite que mes rues sont plus que les vôtres.
Okay, so can we agree that we'll work together to make it more equal? Bon, c'est adopté?
Adopté.
Adopté à l'unanimité?
Oui.
Oui. 2002. C'est ça? Oui.
Accorder un contrat de service à la SOCANF au montant de 100 000 $ pour la réalisation du projet de contrôle d'herbe à poux 2020 pour une période de 9 mois et autoriser une dépense totale de 100 000 $.
Je propose.
Et j'appuie.
Adopté. 2003.
Accepter l'offre de service pour l'accueil et la surveillance du pavillon NDG déposé par l'organisme Loisirs sportifs Côte-des-Neiges Notre-Dame-de-Grâce et autoriser la signature d'une convention de service d'une valeur maximale de 130 000 $ pour la période du 14 mars 2020 au 31 mars 2022.
Je propose, mais j'ai un commentaire aussi. J'aimerais remercier Mme Gaudreau, directrice. Excellent travail. Merci pour les informations supplémentaires que vous m'avez données cette semaine. Et merci les résidents de Notre-Dame-de-Grâce, proches du parc. Vous remercie pour les heures extra, modérément extra, mais assez pour assurer quelques heures de plus par journée, ce qu'ils demandaient exactement. Merci.
Et j'appuie.
Adopté. 20.04.
Accorder un contrat de service à la SOCANF au montant de 1 050 159,3 pour la réalisation du programme Écoquartier pour une période de 33 mois et autoriser une dépense totale de 1 050 159,3.
Je propose.
J'appuie.
Adopté. 20.05.
Accorder une contribution financière de 60 000 à la Corporation de développement communautaire de Côte-des-Neiges pour la réalisation du projet Soutien à la concertation logement dans Côte-des-Neiges, période du 15 mars 2020 au 14 mars 2021.
Je propose.
Et j'appuie.
Adopté. 20.06.
Autoriser le versement de contributions financières non récurrentes à divers organismes, totalisant la somme de 12 600
Je propose.
Et j'appuie.
Excuse-moi. Adopté. 20.07.
Autoriser la signature d'une entente de contribution financière de 66 053 provenant du ministère de la Santé et des Services sociaux dans le cadre du plan d'action 2013-2020 pour les changements climatiques, plan de contrôle de l'herbe à poux de l'arrondissement de Côte-des-Neiges, Notre-Dame-de-Grâce 2020.
Je propose.
Et j'appuie.
Adopté. 20.08.
Accorder une contribution financière de 86 000 à Cyclo Nord-Sud pour la réalisation du projet Vélo-Russion Côte-des-Neiges Notre-Dame-de-Grâce, période du 17 mars au 30 novembre 2020.
Je propose.
Et j'appuie.
Adopté. 20.09.
Accorder un soutien financier de 216 626 pour l'année 2020 à 10 organismes pour la période et le montant indiqué en regard de chacun d'eux dans le cadre de la politique de l'enfant.
Je propose.
J'appuie.
Adopté. 20.10.
Accorder un contrat de 1 729 535,87 à Les Excavations Super Inc. pour l'aménagement d'un parc linéaire entre les rues Jean Talon et Bocune. Autoriser une dépense à cette fin de 2 75 443,3.
Je propose.
J'appuie.
Adopté. 30.01.
Autoriser des dépenses de 5 035 300 pour la fourniture de biens et de services d'utilité publique acquis dans les ententes cadres et les services publics à la hauteur des budgets prévus pour l'exercice 2020.
Je propose.
J'appuie.
Adopté. 30.02.
Autoriser une dépense de 780 pour l'achat de billets et d'espaces publicitaires.
Je propose.
J'appuie.
30.03.
Demander au comité exécutif de modifier le budget de la Ville en conformité avec l'article 144 de la Charte afin de tenir compte de la réception par l'arrondissement d'une contribution financière de 66 053 provenant du ministère de la Santé et des Services sociaux dans le cadre du plan d'action sur les changements climatiques du gouvernement.
Je propose.
J'appuie.
Adopté. 30.04.
Autoriser le règlement hors cours pour 157 000 du recours intenté par Construction Beauval. Approuver une dépense additionnelle de 64 359,12 concernant les travaux du contrat visant la réfection d'une portion du boulevard de Maisonneuve entre les rues Addington et West Broadway. Autoriser la signature des quittances mutuelles.
Je propose.
J'appuie.
J'aimerais inscrire ma décidence sur ce dossier, Madame
OK.
la mairesse.
OK. Adopté. 30.05.
Rembourser la somme de 186 832,53 payée en trop en somme compensatoire relative à la cession de parcs, terrains de jeu et préservation d'espaces naturels dans une demande de permis de construction impliquant un projet de redéveloppement.
Je propose.
J'appuie.
Adopté. 40.01.
Autoriser l'occupation du domaine public selon le site et l'horaire prévu pour chaque événement qui sont identifiés au tableau et édicter les ordonnances qui s'y rapportent.
Je propose.
J'appuie.
Adopté. 40.02.
Édicter une ordonnance en vertu de l'article 15 du règlement interdisant les graffitis et exigeant que toute propriété soit gardée exempte de graffitis, afin de permettre la création d'une murale sur les façades d'Équerry et Trans Island du bâtiment situé au 6939 boulevard d'Équerry.
Je propose.
J'appuie.
Adopté. 40.03.
Adopter le règlement modifiant le règlement intérieur du Conseil d'arrondissement sur la délégation de pouvoir aux fonctionnaires et employés.
Je propose. Adopté. 40.04.
Approuver conformément au titre 8 du règlement d'urbanisme et du programme de développement les travaux visant l'agrandissement de l'édicule sud du métro Édouard-Montpetit.
Je propose.
J'appuie. Adopté. 40.05.
Refuser en vertu du titre 8 du règlement d'urbanisme les travaux visant la transformation des ouvertures d'un immeuble situé au 3720 chemin Queen Mary sur le site patrimonial déclaré du Mont-Royal.
Je propose.
Et j'appuie. Adopté. 40.06.
Adopter tel que soumis le second projet de résolution approuvant un projet particulier visant à autoriser un maximum de 24 logements pour le bâtiment situé au 4801 avenue Lacombe.
Je propose.
J'appuie.
Moi, je veux inscrire ma dissidence.
Okay. Et adopté. 40.07.
Est-ce que je peux...
Oui, excusez-moi. Oui.
OK. Donc, je veux inscrire ma dissidence pour le projet de transformation du bâtiment qui contient présentement 10 logements et va être transformé dans 24 logements à 450 pieds carrés. C'est vraiment de rénoviction. Et l'argument donc le CCE a accepté, moi je trouve qu'il est fallacieux, le fait qu'on est près d'un métro, alors on densifie. Ce n'est pas de la densification, c'est de la rénoviction ce qui se passe. C'est vrai que le bâtiment, il est vide présentement, mais c'est encourager la transformation dans des petits logements qui vont ouvrir la voie au Airbnb, à des locations à court et à moyen terme. Donc, on n'encourage pas les familles de s'installer. D'ailleurs, le milieu, il s'est prononcé. Il y a une pétition qui a été déposée afin de déclencher un processus référendaire. Donc, je souhaite avoir l'acceptabilité sociale des projets dans notre environnement.
J'ajouterais, il y a une petite erreur dans l'ordre du jour. Ce n'est pas le second projet de résolution, mais c'est vraiment la résolution.
La résolution.
Sujet à approbation des personnes habiles à voter, puisqu'on a reçu des pétitions pour la tenue d'un registre.
Ah, OK, d'accord. Alors,
moi, je veux dire quelque chose. Moi, je suis un peu surpris d'entendre ma collègue, Madame Popiano, parler de rénoviction. On parle d'une transformation majeure d'un immeuble. On parle d'ajouter des unités. Oui, je comprends. On passe de 10 à 24. Il faut comprendre le besoin. C'est un projet où on va densifier. Et cette accusation, cette allégation de rénoviction est quand même sérieuse. Je peux, dans certains cas, être d'accord. Moi, je ne suis pas convaincu, loin de là, dans ce cas-ci. Je me demande ce que mes autres collègues du Conseil, notamment M. Arsenault, qui a siégé comme président du CCU, ils pensent de cette affirmation.
Écoutez, en bref, ayant présidé, je n'ai pas entendu quoi qu'il soit moi, j'ai présidé la consultation publique pour le dossier. Et lors de cette consultation publique, je n'ai rien entendu en termes d'allégations ou de suggestions ou quoi qu'il soit qu'il y avait eu un cas de rénoviction dans ce cas-ci. Voilà.
Merci.
Alors, adopté avec la distance de Mme Popiano. 40.07.
Adopter un projet de résolution approuvant un projet particulier visant à autoriser la démolition d'un bâtiment existant et la construction d'un projet résidentiel mixte de 12 étages et d'un bâtiment dédié au logement social pour la propriété située au 5196-52 rue de la Savane. Mandater la secrétaire d'arrondissement pour tenir une séance publique de consultation.
Je propose.
Adopté. 40.08.
Adopter un projet de résolution approuvant un projet particulier autorisant la démolition du bâtiment situé au 2585 chemin Bates et la construction d'un bâtiment résidentiel comportant 6 étages et plus de 36 logements et mandater le secrétaire d'arrondissement pour tenir une séance publique de consultation.
Je propose.
Et j'appuie.
Adopté. Et 7001.
60-01.
60. Non.
60-01. Dépôt.
OK, dépôt. OK.
Je dépose un rapport final du déploiement de la campagne d'éradication de l'herbe à poux et de l'escouade anti-atchoum de 2019.
Et 60.02.
Je dépose les rapports faisant état des décisions, ou la mairesse plutôt, prises par tout fonctionnaire ou employé dans l'exercice des pouvoirs qui leur sont délégués.
Et 7001.
Confirmer la participation de l'arrondissement à l'événement 1 heure pour la Terre 2020 qui aura lieu le samedi 28 mars de 20h30 à 21h30.
Je propose.
Et j'appuie.
Adopté et je lève la séance. Wouh!
Merci.